do we have? Mr. Peterson on the phone? Mr. Peterson? Pete, is that you?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Bob. I accidentally hung up on you.
Okay, thanks, Pete. Miss Allard, are you on the phone? Nope.
Okay, let's try again.
Jamie, are you on the phone?
She said she called in. I hope she has the right number.
She said she was on.
Yeah. But you know how it is.
Yeah.
It's not the...
Yep.
Okay.
Miss Allard, are you on the phone?
Because she texted.
I now call to order this Assembly regular November 9, 2021 meeting continued to November 10, 2021. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Miss Allard. Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Miss Kennedy. Here. Miss LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Miss Zalatel.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Perez Verdilla.
Here.
Miss Quinn Davidson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Robbins, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would you turn it back on? Leave it on so people don't struggle.
Mr. Constant, would you read the land acknowledgement, please?
There we go. Yes, ma'am. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It's a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It's an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It's with gratitude and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being here tonight. We're going to pick up where we left off last night, starting with item 14C. We're going to just...
Madam Chair, can you hear me? This is Ms. Allard.
Yes, Ms. Allard, we can hear you. Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you mark the record to show that Ms. Allard is present?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We now have before us item 14C, second public hearing, resolution number AR 2021-323, a resolution adopting the 2022 through 2027 General Government Capital Improvement Program. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? We'll go to the phone. Mr. Turner, would you give Karen Button a call, please?
Hi, this is Karen.
Hi, Ms. Button.
Yes.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on the Capital Improvement Program, item 2021-323, and if you state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Karen Button. I'm the board president of Friends of Fish Creek and a Spenard resident. Madam Chair and members, I'm requesting support for a budget amendment to fund an in-depth feasibility study for Fish Creek, known to the Dena'ina as Chatanalsik Lishaka Betnu. The Spenard Community Council membership placed daylighting Fish Creek at the top of its 2022 capital improvement priorities. It's regularly rated a top priority by the council and community members. Fish Creek is Anchorage's only wetland creek, and after 60 years of urbanization, over half of its 13 miles are buried underground in stormwater pipes that are reaching the end of their service life, like much of the Anchorage stormwater system. In the last 4 years alone, at least 6 sinkholes have had to be repaired on Anchorage streets at the cost of more than $3 million. Most of these sinkholes are attributed to aging stormwater pipe installed in the 1980s. The city has called this a looming crisis, and with every major road project, we also spend a significant amount on stormwater infrastructure. This month's unprecedented rain events remind us that our climate is changing and that we must build resiliency into our city's infrastructure. Slip lining aging pipes is a temporary fix which diminishes flow capacity when we should be planning for greater capacity. That greater capacity can be accomplished through green infrastructure projects like daylighting Fish Creek. Daylighting is a sustainable open stormwater system versus a management-intensive closed system, wherein a significant upfront investment pays off every time the city doesn't need to do things like emergency stormwater repairs on the park strip or fixing Shellicroft Road, which sinks annually at the Fish Creek culvert. A 2019 rough sketch study by HDR Engineering found it feasible to bring Fish Creek waters back to the surface. The city is already on track to daylight Fish Creek in several planning documents adopted by this body. But in order to move those goals forward, an in-depth feasibility study is necessary. There are many reasons to daylight creeks. Flood mitigation, think Cuddy Pond, improved livability of the built environment, reduction of pollution runoff, which also improves water quality and increases salmon habitat. Greenbelts and multi-use paths benefit the health and well-being of city residents, increases property values, and are draws for tourists. Perhaps one of the biggest reasons to daylight, though, is the long-term cost savings when creeks return to a sustainable stormwater system. Opportunities to fund green infrastructure projects are many, such as FEMA's Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities grant, and will have more opportunity with the federal infrastructure bill. Fish Creek could be Anchorage's model green infrastructure project, bringing an economic catalyst to several neighborhoods and being an example across the state. Anchorage has 600 miles of storm drains, and the city owns about 60%. This feasibility study will go further than the Fish Creek watershed by providing a valuable cost analysis that can be applied to the broader stormwater system. We urge you, please fund a feasibility study to determine the costs and benefit to the city of managing stormwater in an open versus closed system. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, that's the only person we have signed up for phone testimony. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. This item, along with the other budget items, will be before us at the meeting of November 23rd. We now have before us item 14D, second public hearing, resolution number AR 2021-324, a resolution adopting the 2022 through 2027 six-year fiscal program. Before I open the public hearing, Mr. Dunbar, you had asked for a point of information yesterday on this item. Did you still want in the queue?
I honestly, I don't recall why I was in the queue, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? May I have a motion to continue the public hearing on this item to the next meeting?
So moved.
Second. And if I just may say that we are expecting an S version on the six-year fiscal program and want to have the opportunity to keep this hearing open. Seeking unanimous approval. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this public hearing will be continued to the next meeting of November 23rd, the next regular meeting. We now have before us item 14E, second public hearing, ordinance number AO 2021-98, an ordinance adopting and appropriating funds for the 2022 Municipal Utilities Enterprise Activities Operating Budgets. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? We don't have anyone signed up for phone testimony for this item. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. We now have before us item 14F, second public hearing, resolution number AR 2021-325, a resolution approving the 2022 through 2027 Municipal Utilities Enterprise Activities Capital Improvement Programs. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak?
Point of order. Looks like 14H is up on the screen. Is that right?
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thanks for standing by. We're just verifying that the wording and the agendas are aligning from yesterday's agenda and today's. So we're going to need to go ahead and take 5 minutes just to resolve the issue. So if folks would stand by, thanks. Thanks, everybody, for your patience. We'll go ahead and resume. We now have before us item 14F, second public hearing, resolution number AR 2021-325, a resolution approving the 2022 through 2027 Municipal Utilities Enterprise Activities Capital Improvement Program. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams. When the public process is done appropriately, the decision made by the governing body will most likely be in the public interest. Respectfully, we laid Eugene Carl Haberman to rest today. His body is renewed through the blood of Jesus Christ, whose blood is extended to Jews and Gentiles alike. In response to AR 2021-325, again, I would like to implore this body, 100 hours of testimony. I would like an amendment proposed by my two assembly members through the chair, Madam Quinn Davidson, through the chair, Mr. Perez Verdilla. 100 hours of open public testimony before this AR is voted on. In Jesus' name. Getting down to the specifics, we have utilities again on the table: hydropower, water, wastewater. Can't even read it. It's cut off. Merrill Field, something of Alaska. I believe it's Port of Alaska. And then it looks to be Solid Waste Services. In every matter of RICO, every time they've ever investigated envelopes going around of cash, it's always dealt with waste disposal, recycling, garbage. Now, utilities, they specifically affect the public safety and the public interest. So when you're talking about water and wastewater and hydropower, what are you doing to defend against Chugach Electric shutting down the power this winter? What have you done? It happened in Texas last winter. Look it up in Austin, Texas. The federal government shut down the power in a phony snowstorm. You got the Port of Alaska and Merrill Field. The Port of Alaska is in an absolute disaster. Connex is stacked up to the ceiling because the union members won't come to work. Public sector unions don't work. Shut it down. Stop spending us into oblivion. Stop wasting all the money. And through the chair, Mr. Frisk, CFO, when are we going to tell the truth to the people? The municipality of Anchorage is broke.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. We now have before us item 14G, second public hearing, ordinance number AO 2021-99, an ordinance adopting and appropriating funds for the 2022 operating and capital budgets of Anchorage Community Development Authority. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Again, Niall Sherwood Williams, District 3. My two members are Quinn Davidson and Perez Verdilla. So again, I maintain my amendments that I've asked for on the record respectfully. With regards to the Anchorage Community Development Authority, I would like an amendment added that we dissolve this at once, as it's tyrannical. That's right. You have no constitutional authority to launder money through this organization. Anchorage Community Development Authority operates under certain nonprofit statuses. Respectfully pause my time, Madam Chair.
Please continue.
I would like it noted for the record that through the chair, the vice chair, Member Constant, is walking around grabbing documents.
Mr. Williams, please testify to the item in front of us.
Respectfully, actively listen. I'm here exercising my First Amendment rights to redress my government for grievances. When no one stands in line behind me on a budget item that's going to affect the next year. And here's the other thing. When you spend money, it impacts beyond just 1 year. The economic impact is always more than 1 year, usually 7. That it takes for it to be fully felt, the destruction that you all are waging through your overzealous spending as you depend on federal money. And when the well shuts off, what are you going to do? Again, through the chair, Mr. Frisk, tell us we're broke. Tell us the truth. If we don't get the federal money, it shuts off instantly. Everything comes to a grinding halt like an engine without oil. Those municipal bonds that you sell that have that AAA rating, let me just tell you right now for the record, they're going to go down. The AAA ratings, bet against them. Anyone with money, bet against them right now. You're going to win. Municipal governments are going to begin to go belly up. The exposure is happening. You have laundered money for so long with impunity, and you sit up there on that dais behind those ballistics, 3 feet up, with this plexiglass in the middle. Out of time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. And again, the budget items will be back before us for action on November 23rd. We now have before us item 14H, ordinance number AO 2021-106, an ordinance amending the zoning map to modify the zoning district boundary and special limitations for Alpine View Estates subdivision, Phase 3, Tract B2B per Plat 2014-38, generally located south.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak?
Glory to God. Niall Sherwood Williams, in response to 14H, AO 2021-106. This speaks to a very specific thing. It's public lands that we're talking about selling. Okay? So when your debtors call you to the bank, the piper come calling, what do you think they take? The land that's owned by the city. When you go belly up to your debtors, what do you think they come to collect? The computers, the chairs that you're sitting in. They're even going to take the masks off your head so you can breathe freely again. Glory to God for that. There's Felix. Take a drink of water, man. You were looking a little tired last night and parched. God bless you, brother. So the state owns the parks. The federal government owns the federal lands and the federal parks. The municipality owns hundreds of parks and hundreds of areas. So here we go again, trying to dummy up something for another one of your investors, quid pro quo. APOC disclosures. Hashtag conspiracy. Hashtag bribery, extortion, and money laundering. Through the chair, Mr. Burkt. So when the communists come calling that we're in debt, billions of dollars to trillions, they come and seize those parks, the lands that's owned by the government, which is our land, right? With the natural resources that are owned by the Alaskan people.
Mr. Williams, please direct your comments to the ordinance before us, please.
Respectfully, 5 seconds of my time was lost there. And again, I don't appreciate the interruptions and violations of my First Amendment rights to redress my government for grievances. New York Times for Sullivan. Excuse me. So, no more quid pro quo, no more giving deals to people that got you elected. Otherwise, in the upcoming April 2022 election, there's plenty of you up for re-election. And believe it, if you think you're going to get out by running for a House seat or a Senate seat,
Okay, Mr. Williams.
you got another thing coming, in Jesus' name.
Mr. Williams, I'm warning you to please, next time you testify, stay on topic. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton?
This is a Girdwood rezone, and I talked to co-chair Girdwood Board of Supervisor Mike Edgington on this, and they did not submit a comment, but they did discuss it and kind of let it go without comment. So.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I'm sorry, what was that?
For what that information is worth.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I don't know if it was just, I've not seen this before, I've not been paying attention. John, you might know the answer to this. This had a term that I thought was kind of interesting, that 50% plus one of the property owners have to approve the zoning change. Is that a standard process?
Well, it would. Typically, we see one owner of a property that's being rezoned, but if you have more than one property, then I think they all have that kind of boilerplate wording. I believe this all has one owner, but when we rezoned, yeah, I think that's just typical. Once we approve it, then everybody's got to go with it.
I thought it was usually the other way, which is interesting. I guess I just had it wrong. Thank you. It's interesting.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess this is a question for planning. I'm not quite certain about the special limitation that the district is limited to 8 dwelling units per acre. Is that something that's district specific to Girdwood? And the reason I ask is we hear about housing and development being limited in Girdwood, and so I'm just trying to reconcile that with the special limitation.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. It's my understanding that Mr. McLaughlin is on the line.
Yes, through the chair, Ms. Zalatel, thank you for the question. This is Francis McLaughlin in planning. The special limitation limiting a portion of the property to 8 dwelling units per acre is an existing special limitation on the property, and it was offered up to continue by the applicant. Per code, the Assembly cannot remove that. The Assembly, per Title 21, cannot approve the rezone with regulations less restrictive than the application. I believe the special limitation was originally created there because it's an environmentally sensitive piece of the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. McLaughlin answered my question, so I just wanted to state, I think we all know there's a critical housing shortage in Girdwood, and if this is even a small step forward in that direction, then it's very much worthwhile. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2021-106.
Ms. Allard on the motion to approve.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
The motion passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14I, ordinance number AO 2021-107, an ordinance amending the zoning map and providing for the rezoning of approximately 6.64 acres of land from I-1SL light industrial with special limitations district and ROSL residential office with special limitations district to B3 general business district for Northway Business Park subdivision.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony in this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? We'll go to the phones. We've got 3 people signed up for phone testimony. Mr. Turner, would you call Lisa Riker, please?
General Business District for Northway Business Park subdivision.
Hi, is this Ms. Rieger?
Public testimony.
Yes. Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on item AO 2021-107.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm Lisa Rieger. I have the privilege and honor to serve as the Chief Legal Officer at Cook Inlet Tribal Council. And we are the applicant in this particular zoning change. As you will note in the planning and zoning package, what we are asking for in this is merely to accelerate what has already been decided as part of the targeted area rezone project in the 2040 land use plan. And that is to allow the property that we just purchased to be used for a training and child care facility. And the reason we're asking for the acceleration of the process is that we received pandemic funds that will allow us to build this much needed facility in a community where it is supported by a resolution of the Russian Jack Community Council on a public transit corridor and in close proximity to our current child care facility, which always has a waiting list. I'm available for questions if you have any, but we really appreciate the opportunity to provide this much needed service to the community.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't have any questions at this time. So again, thank you for your participation. Next, we'll go to Peta Benz.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Benz.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Benz.
Yes?
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on AO 2021-107. If you state your name for the record and area of town in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you very much. My name is Peta Benz, and I live in East Anchorage. I am a consultant for the applicant, Cook Inlet Tribal Council, and I wanted to just reiterate that this rezoning request from I-1 to B3 complies with the comp plan, and it will allow Cook Inlet Tribal Council to construct a new building, which is expected to include a child care center, a parent resource center, and space to expand workforce development and training programs. We have access to some time-sensitive pandemic relief money for this project, which is why we are asking for the rezoning to be accelerated. The pandemic has shown that safe, affordable, quality childcare is necessary to get the economy up and running again, enabling parents to go to work and go to school. Childcare is not allowed under I-1, which is why we're requesting this rezone to B3. I'd like to note that the local community council unanimously passed a resolution in support of this zoning change to B3, and we hope that the Assembly will follow the lead of the Planning and Zoning Commission and also approve this request. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, let's give Elizabeth Appleby a call, please. Nope. Oh, I'm sorry. I see she's available on the bridge line for questions. Okay, we'll go back to in-person testimony as that concludes the phone list. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this rezone? Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams, in response to 2021-107. So I was looking up what B3 zoning is according to muni.org. It says it's intended for primarily general commercial uses in commercial centers and area exposed to heavy traffic. Here's the interesting part. It says, quote, located on arterials or within commercial centers of town and to be provided with adequate public services and facilities. They are subject to the public view and should provide an attractive appearance with landscaping, sufficient parking, and controlled traffic movement. That through the chair to the Department of Law says see Anchorage Municipal Code 21.04.030D for district-specific standards. And it lists a number of other things. So first, I'd like to point out that Cook Inlet Tribal Council is the one petitioning for this. Next on page 2, the administration recommends approval. It says prepared by Elizabeth Appleby, Senior Planner, Planning Department. Like to know if she's on the line through the chair or in the room. Approved by Michelle J. McNulty, Planning Director. I would like to know if she's on the line through the chair. It says concur by Adam Trombley. I don't see him present in the room, but I'd like to know if he's on the line. It says he's Community Development Director. Through the chair, it says concur. Carl, I'm not going to try and pronounce that. It begins with an R and ends with a Z. Eastern name that I can't pronounce. OMB Director. I apologize to that man or woman. Not really sure which one it is. Concur. Patrick Burkt, Municipal Attorney. Concur. Amy Domboski, Municipal Manager.
Mr. Williams, do you have
Hold on,
comments
please, Chair.
on
Hold
the
on,
specific
please.
rezone?
I'm getting, this is the point. Respectfully submitted by Dave Bronson, Mayor. So I'd like to establish if those people are on the line for the record. Number one. And number two, it's near arterials. This is a FEMA camp. Wake up. Child sacrifice FEMA camp. Submitted by the administration.
Mr. Williams.
You haven't done your due diligence. I want these people investigated for crimes against humanity under the Nuremberg Code. Stop the medical sacrifice.
Testimony is over. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to state, in general, I think we're all loath to rezone away from industrial. We know that there is an acute shortage of industrial land in Anchorage. However, this part of East Anchorage has been turning into more and more of a commercial center, and there's been a number of new facilities out there that are of a business, not an industrial nature. And I'll say in general, I'm just really pleased with the nature of this project and the continued investment of Cook Inlet Tribal Council in East Anchorage, and so I urge support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, this is a question for planning or maybe someone, the applicant, but it's curious, there's a fairly large area that's designated in the land use plan for targeted area rezone. And I wonder why, it seems like that whole area could be rezoned to B3. I just wonder why just this little part was chosen.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, this is Francis McLaughlin in planning. I don't know the answer to your question or the background, but this is an application for one specific parcel by the property owner. And with a previous ordinance, the Assembly waived the fee for the application to rezone this property because the municipality is intending to rezone a larger area, but this property owner needs the rezone to happen sooner than we could do it in order to proceed with their project. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Weddleton?
I guess that's fine. General curiosity.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. My comments, if you're still listening, are to Ms. Rieger and also Ms. O'Neill. I just want to thank you for the ongoing investment that your organization, your board, and its leadership are continuing to make. Whether we're talking about the Ernie Turner Center, the transformative campus up at Eklutna, or the San Geronimo building, which was devastated by the earthquake, which you continued to support and transform and rebuild. And now across the street where you're going to serve children in this community and provide a better environment for the neighborhood and in a neighborhood that really needs this investment. I celebrate you and your board and your members for this work.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2021-107.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Item 14I passes 11-0. Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would make a motion to change the order of the day to take up the last items in the following order: 15A, 15B, 13A, 14J. I would ask someone to second that, please.
Second.
Thank you.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I'd like to get the land use items out before we have the more in-depth discussions that are shortly coming.
Thank you. Seeing no discussion, asking for unanimous consent on the motion to change the order of the day to take up items 15A and 15B next, followed by 13A and then 14J. Seeing no opposition, the motion to change the order of the day passes. We now have before us item 15A, resolution number AR 2021-365, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the transfer of location of package store liquor license number 686 for Liquor Stores USA North, Inc., DBA Brown Jug Whaler, located at 530 Muldoon Road, Anchorage, Alaska, 99504.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Mr. Williams, please stay on topic.
Respectfully, Madam Chair, please stop harassing me on my First Amendment rights. AR 2021-365, Brown Jug Whaler, Muldoon Road, number 530, Anchorage, Alaska, 99504. Pending satisfaction of municipal requirements. and authorizing the municipal clerk, Madam Jones, through the chair, to take certain action. So what action is that? It's to approve a liquor license at Muldoon Road. So Muldoon Road, through the chair, I believe that to be through the chair, Assembly Member Dunbar, and through the chair, the absent Mr. Peterson's district. I would like for a full assessment to be done by the assembly body. How many liquor licenses are within a mile square? And again, through the chair, on every liquor license, I establish for the record that the nickel of liquor tax, the slush money of the liquor fund, that's meant to protect some of those with afflictions in our community, that respectfully, through the chair, can be solved by the blood of Jesus Christ and faith in him. So I would like for always, through the chair, Mr. Frisk, for an accounting of the 5% liquor tax, the nickel tax. Remember,
Mr. Williams, please speak to the item before us.
remember, everyone's held to account that's in positions of power. Also, it says on page 2 of 3, number 4, certifications from Anchorage Health Department. I would like to know if the director of the health department is on the line. Oh, wait, we don't have one yet, because through the chair, we're getting thwarted on mayoral approvals of appointments. Through the chair, Anchorage Fire Department's continuing on line 4, so I would like to know if the chief's on the line. Building safety official, that seems like a pretty general term, but I would like to know if someone from building inspections, the 5 positions that you're talking about through the chair firing, whether or not one of them's on the line. And through the chair, land use enforcement have been received. So I would like to know if someone from land use enforcement is on the line, please, through the chair. All the time, 3 seconds to spare.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? We have one person signed up for phone testimony. Mr. Turner, would you call Anna Fisk, please?
Hello, this is Anna.
Hi, Ms. Fisk.
Yes, ma'am.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on AR 2021-365. If you would go ahead and state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi. Thank you so much, members of the Assembly. My name is Anna Fisk. I'm the Vice President of Afognak Commercial Group, the parent company of Brown Jug. Mostly I'm just here to provide a brief statement and then also just be present to answer any questions that may arise. Regarding the conditional protest, essentially just we as a company are doing our best to make prudent business decisions as we work through the licensing and permitting process, just because it's quite a large investment. And basically Brown Jug didn't want to move forward with the acquisition of the building nor the construction and remodel of the store site without first ensuring that the liquor license transfer from our current location to this would pass or would be approved, and then the special land use permit were approved as well. Naturally, we realize that we need to file for a change of use with zoning and that we will need to pass those subsequent inspections by various departments when that remodel into a retail package store is complete. And other than that, I'm here to answer any questions that may come up.
Thank you, Ms. Fisk, for your testimony. I don't have anyone in the queue with questions right now. Thank you for
Madam
being
Chair.
available. Oh, actually, Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. So just one thing here, we passed the special land use permit at our previous meeting. And I wondered, I thought it was going to AMCO like the day after. Have they already dealt with this?
They have, yes. They passed it as well.
Okay, so the AMCO approved your license.
They did, yes.
Okay, so, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, Ms. Fisk. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, one small thing, and I mean, in some sense, we dropped the ball because they already approved the license before we got our conditional protest in, and I think doesn't matter anyway because the condition was the land use permit that we already gave them, but I think we got out of sync on the process here.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Did you want anyone to address your comment? Okay, thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2021-365.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Item 15A passes 11-0. We now have before us item 15B, resolution number AR 2021-375, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an amendment to an alcohol special land use permit for package store use and license number 1011 for Three Bears Alaska Inc., DBA Three Bears in the CEB3SL General Business District with special limitations located at 22211 Birchwood Loop Road.
Waive reading.
Public testimony in this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? And Mr. Williams, I ask that you confine your comments to the item before us.
Wonderful, Madam Chair. Thank you. Niall Sherwood Williams, for the record. I didn't hear who that woman's voice was that was screaming out. Second. Miss Allard, drink some water. So, Three Bears in Chugach. So this is through the chair, Member Allard, through the chair, Miss Kennedy's district. I would like to move to amend page 2 of 12. One church and no schools are located within 1,000 feet of this site. I would like to make an amendment. My members, Quinn Davidson, Perez Verdilla, increase that to 5,280 feet. That's 1 mile. Within 1 mile of a church, I don't want a shop that sells booze. In Jesus' name. Again, 5% tax. Where's the accounting of it? Where is it in the record? Flipping ahead, page 2 of 22 of the application for special land use permit for alcohol. Down about the middle, you see the signature line, Eklutna Inc. by Kyle Foster, CEO. So I would like to establish if there's any members from the Eklutna tribe on the line or any members of that tribe at large. As this assembly body last year, I believe, passed a special communication where outside of the federal government, you're communicating with a federal tribe, violating the separation of powers. That is a federal right, not a municipal right.
Mr. Williams, please speak to the license before us, the special land use permit.
Respectfully, pause my time when you interrupt me, Madam Chair. So I would like to establish if Kyle Foster, CEO, is on the line. Too close a distance to a church. You got to move to postpone indefinitely. I would like to know if the pastor of that church is on the line and how the members of his congregation feel. As well, on the map, it shows that it's right near the interstate, near the Glen Highway. So you're going to get people liquored up, send them on the highway 65 miles an hour with recent Pfizer jabs. More jab incidents are going to happen. Stop killing people in Jesus' name.
Mr. Williams, this is your final warning to remain on topic when you testify on an item.
Stop harassing me, Madam Chair.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant?
I'd just like to clarify for the record that Eklutna Inc. is not, in fact, the tribe.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2021-375.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Item 15B passes 11-0. We will now go back to item 13A, ordinance number AO 2021-92, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections 2.30.095 and 3.20.020 and Chapter 3.30 regarding mayoral appointments to principal executive or department head positions and assembly confirmation. Public testimony on this item is open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward and state your name for the record and area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
My name is David Weir. I was born in Alaska, and I've been a resident of Anchorage in District 6 since 1965, longer than some of the assembly members have even been alive, much longer than any of the members have been residents of Anchorage. Ms. LaFrance and Mr. Welton are the current representatives of District 6, but they have not been representing me in any way. I oppose this ordinance AO 2021-92. I want to know what your rationale is for making this change of power. It's been in place for decades, but now this assembly wants to impose a new rule that the person of the mayor hires can only be in a position for 60 days. If this was such an important change, why did the assembly think it was okay to put a non-elected mayor in a position and leave that non-elected mayor in that position for over 8 months? So not only did this assembly think it was okay to leave that person in that position for over 8 months, but in my opinion, broke the law. It clearly states in the Anchorage Charter, and I quote, "A vacancy in the office of the mayor shall be filled in a regular or special election."
Sir, please direct your comments to the ordinance before us.
I am. This is talking about changing something. You want it to change the time that somebody can be in a position. This assembly appointed somebody to put in a position for over 8 months. So why is it okay for somebody to put somebody in 8 months and now you're trying to change it to 60 days? I just find it very hypocritical of this assembly that it's okay to them not follow the law and then not hold an election when it was written in the charter. And this is after public testimony and protest about asking them to hold an election. So the assembly says this AO is to clarify the power of the assembly and that it's not taking power from the mayor. Well, my guess is that if Mr. Dunbar had been elected, this AO would never even be considered. It's obviously wasn't considered when Mr. Berkowitz or Ms. Quinn Davison was in office. So why, when you say it's not about power, I do not believe you. What the city needs is leaders, and right now this assembly is not leading.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Hello, my name is Irene Queetnow. I oppose AO 2021-92. The mask mandate was your temper tantrum number 1. This is your temper tantrum number 2, because you do not have unrestricted power anymore. When Sammy Graham was not confirmed by most of you, it was 100% political. You know it, I know it, and no amount of reading the rules that is not supposed to be political will change that. The Assembly is supposed to approve based on qualification. Ms. LaFrance read it again last night. Your job when it comes to appointments is very narrow and very specific. The only thing you're supposed to look at are the qualifications. You are not to suggest another candidate like Mr. Dunbar did. You are not to withhold confirmation if the qualifications are met and you think there should be somebody else in the place. And you are not to withhold confirmation because you do not like the fact that they do not toe the line of your agenda. You are supposed to look at the qualifications only. And yet, that is exactly what this Assembly did or is doing, all these things that you're not supposed to do. Mr. Dunbar, through the chair, you said that you hoped that Ms. Anderson would be considered for the position. That is not your job when it comes to approval. Several of you said that there was confusion about how to apply for the board seat. Ms. Anderson served 9 years on the board, which means she had to reapply twice. Mr. Dunbar, through the chair, you also stated that the position is very technical and complex, and Ms. Anderson has vast experience. Considering both of those facts, I find it hard to believe that she cannot figure out how to reapply for the position she held. In your ordinance, you say the proposed code amendments herein are not intended to intrude on the mayor's appointment powers. And yet, it says on page 2, under point C, the appointment for principal executive, head position, and then it says, for confirmation by the assembly chair. Now, right now, the mayor has to bring forward, I think, a memorandum, and then the clerk can put it on the agenda to be approved. You're taking that away and giving that power to the assembly chair. So yes, you're taking away powers from the mayor. Then you're talking about that they need to be approved within 60 days. You want to shorten the time until somebody gets approved because you want to be able to kick them out sooner if you don't like them. Both of those changes very clearly take away power from the mayor and give it to you, like so many other ordinances you have done. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
My name is Andrew Gray, and I am from Campbell Park, and I support AO 92. Why does the mayor need his nominees confirmed by the Assembly? Why does the President need the Congress to confirm his appointees? 2 reasons, in my opinion. The first is obvious: to guarantee qualifications, to make sure that the person selected to do a particular job can do it, that they have either done a similar job or at the very least have received the proper education to know how to do the necessary work. The public expects their taxpayer money to fund the salaries of competent people. But there is another reason as well: to ensure that the person selected does not have too far of a partisan leaning. We want officials that all of the city can have confidence in, that few people will question their motivations or agenda. When a conservative mayor knows that the Assembly confirming his choices is not conservative, he needs to choose candidates with moderate politics. He cannot choose someone with a staunchly conservative agenda. He could do so if the Assembly shared his values, but in this case it does not. On a national level, conservatives lament when the liberals hold the presidency, the House, and the Senate. They are upset because they know a more liberal agenda will be achieved. Likewise, liberals are depressed when they hold neither the presidency nor either chamber of Congress. And in recent history, a mixed government has resulted in gridlock and has been unproductive. But it doesn't have to be that way. Bipartisanship is possible. Compromise can lead to great things. For example, the infrastructure bill passed by Congress last week and signed into law by President Biden was supported by Republican Senators Lisa Murkowski, Senator Dan Sullivan, and U.S. House Representative Don Young. Why? Stay on topic. Because They contributed to the crafting of the bill from the very start.
I apologize. I'm going to pause your time. Sir, this is a warning. Please do not shout.
Well, it's one-sided. You interrupted me when I was on top.
I will continue to remind folks to speak to the item before us.
I'm getting there. Because they contributed to crafting the bill from the very start, they came to the table with the president who did not share their politics, but through good faith negotiation, together they created something great for Alaska. What we need to happen at a local level is a realization that the conservative mayor cannot achieve a conservative agenda with a non-conservative assembly. Likewise, a progressive assembly cannot achieve a far-left agenda with a conservative mayor. Both sides must make concessions to achieve constructive results. The mayor and the city manager cannot be allowed to cheat the process by appointing multiple acting officials who are not subject to confirmation by this assembly. The mayor must choose people that he knows this assembly, and importantly, the voters who elected this assembly can support. AO 92 will ensure timely appointment of qualified individuals that constituents can be confident in. Please pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll go to one more in-person testifier, and then we'll go to the phones. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Hello, my name is Francesca Allegrezza. I am in Spenard, not represented. I oppose AO 2021-92. This ordinance is definitely super petty and a struggle for the assembly to realize that there's not an assembly member as an acting mayor, and you don't understand that there's a separation of power, and it was 250 days where the assembly was both the executive and the legislative branch, and it's been really hard for you to not be both. And this is one way for you guys to push back on conservatives, and you keep all saying that you're inclusive, but inclusive means for everyone. But conservatives or Save Anchorage or people that aren't on your agenda aren't being considered. So you're not inclusive, and your agenda is pretty clear that half the city is not part of it, and good people are being put in the middle of this and holding the city hostage over some really petty BS, and it really needs to stop. And it's pretty sad that we have to try to change codes because you can't change the fact that your boy didn't win, and it's sad that we have to take the brunt of it because you guys can't get along. I oppose this ordinance, and I hope you grow up.
Thank you for your testimony. So we have two people signed up for testimony by phone. Mr. Turner, would you call Diane Holmes, please?
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Holmes.
Yes.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on AO 2021-92S confirmation hearings. If you go ahead and state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Okay. Just give me a second. I wasn't expecting you, and I have to dig out my speech, if you wouldn't mind. This is 2021-90 or 92?
92.
92, right?
92.
Yes. Confirmation, right?
Yes.
Okay. Diane Holmes, thanks. was really surprised that the code allowed up to 6 months for confirmation of executive positions. You know, most appointed positions require someone with a great deal of knowledge about the duties that will be required. However, if this is not the case, additional time has to be spent to get that person up to speed. Sometimes changes within a department that the appointee may want to make can be major and will require significant time for implementation or training. So if an appointee is in a position for 6 months and major changes have occurred, and then the Assembly does not confirm that person, that can cause a great deal of stress for employees and disruption and for the public. Then the process of confirmation of a new appointee starts all over again, and while not likely, if it extends to 6 months, that could equal 1/3 of a mayor's term. So the lack of continuity within any department at any time is very disruptive and slows down the efficiency for customer services, not to mention frustration among employees. The sooner qualified people can be confirmed or not, the better for our residents and, of course, the overall functioning of the city. Personally, I think Anchorage would be more efficient and could be run better if there were no political appointees for major departments, rather simply hire well-qualified professionals who have an interest in making our city better and who understand our adopted plans. But obviously that isn't something we can solve tonight. So I believe this AO is long overdue and deserves to pass. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Louis Imbriani.
Welcome to the voicemail.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. We'll go back to in-person testimony and then we'll give him another try here. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Hi. My name is Yarrow Silvers. I support AO 92. To have an unqualified and controversial appointee in a position for up to 6 months without even a hearing is disruptive to the public process and to the departments where these appointees temporarily sit. Despite having confirmed dozens of mayoral appointees, all but 2 actually, I've heard some arguments questioning the Assembly's motivation, describing them as obstructionists attempting to take power from the mayor, and even an Eagle River member saying that they are harming our children's future by not confirming one of these 2 unqualified appointees. This is ridiculous and simply not true. Let's talk for a minute about the responsibilities and division of power of the 2 bodies. Our city charter, as well as the mayor's own budget, describes Assembly services as such. The Assembly enacts all laws and sets policies. Let me say that again. The Assembly enacts all laws and sets policies. Also written are the mayoral responsibilities, which are to provide leadership for municipal agencies, ensure compliance with the municipal charter, administer municipal departments and programs, and appoint heads of municipal departments subject to confirmation by the Assembly based on qualifications. If the mayor wants his appointees confirmed, he should take care to appoint them based on qualifications and not on cronyism. Recent disruptive actions taken by the mayor to appoint unqualified people, delay confirmation of said unqualified appointees, and disregard the public in favor of nepotism and cronyism has made this policy necessary. If you have any doubts of the lack of qualifications of many of the mayor's appointees, review the record of the Sammy Graham confirmation hearing where Amy Dembowski detailed this lack of qualifications of many appointees, including herself. I will go further to discuss for a moment how our municipal charter in these matters is supported by the United States Constitution. One of the great geniuses of our Constitution is that it provides for localized rather than centralized government, as well as checks and balances within the system. Assembly members are following their constitutional duty when they represent that smallest level of local government, the people within their districts. Their job simply is not to represent the mayor, nor certain groups of people largely outside of their districts. Furthermore, they have the constitutionally supported duty to provide checks and balance, which this ordinance will assist them in being able to do in a timely manner when the mayor chooses to appoint clearly unqualified and controversial appointees who are unacceptable in their lack of qualifications to the people that each assembly member represents. Thank you for introducing this AO, and please pass it.
Thank you for your testimony. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams. I'll give you my vote at the end. I'd like to talk at the beginning about cronyism and nepotism. I'd like to speak to yesterday. There were 2 appointments on the schedule, and they're on today's too, with the name Chugach. I'd like to know
Mr.
if that's
Williams, please speak to the ordinance before us.
separation of powers, equal branches of government. I will tie it all together. Madam Chair, please be patient. Okay. So there were 2 Chugachas. We already have 1 HR director hired named Chugach. Are they the same Chugachas? We also have 1 Sammy Graham hired, turned down by the Assembly. Now she's back in a different position that apparently you don't approve. You don't have the right to approve or disapprove her. And 1 more Graham was for appointment yesterday. So I'd like to know if that's the same family. That would be nepotism. Cronyism is with your friends. Nepotism is with your family. So you either have the right to approve assembly body or you don't. So if you do have the right to approve the mayoral appointments and you've turned him down and he shifts, Mayor Bronson, sue him. And if you feel you have the right, Mr. Mayor, to appoint whoever you want, then put him in the position of power and take the assembly to court. But stop wasting our time with this garbage. APD, AFD are tyrants who assault constitutional rights, page 3 of 5. So I'd like to make an amendment to this. APD, AFD must support constitutional rights, including medical freedom. Stop the biomedical assault.
Mr. Williams, please speak to the ordinance before us.
Item B, Heritage Land Bank steals land from the people. We own the land. Anchorage Community Development Authority, you don't have constitutional authority. Next, page 4. Hold on. I got to make sure I get this right. Page 2, municipal clerk is listed on there 3 times. Through the chair, I want term limits on the municipal clerk. Bureaucracy is another branch of government. It erodes individual rights. Term limits for appointments, or let the corporate system and capitalism take care of what it should. But step aside, government, and stop infringing our rights. Stop arguing amongst yourselves. Take yourselves to federal court, because we're done with it. Garbage.
Thank you for your testimony.
I vote against it, in case you weren't aware.
Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes.
The importance of the time we're living in, and every appointment has never been greater on this election. Regardless of if they're appointed by you, if they're appointed by you, if they're appointed by you. These petty skirmishes of power are a mere distraction in which these seats of appointment will hold are the important issue, not the skirmish, not the struggle of power. But justice, but liberty. Jesus made it very clear the importance of children and how people who have the ability to nurture them should be dealt. People in these positions will influence children. And Jesus said that it's better for a millstone to be tied around your neck and you to be cast into the sea than for you to harm one of these little ones. There's a little girl that screamed, "No, no, I don't want to do it," kicking and screaming, being held down. The person that is going to take this position of power is going to have
Mr.
the
Darden,
ability
please
to hear
speak to
this
the ordinance before us concerning
is-
confirmation hearings.
The person who takes this position will have the ability to influence this child who screams, that's constantly being hindered by fucking tyrants like your bitch ass LaFrance.
Okay, your testimony's
fucking piece
over.
of shit.
Just ask security to come.
Security, please escort Mr. Darden out. It is not acceptable to use that kind of language in here.
What you doing?
To the public who wish to speak. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Well, it's almost quiet. Rachel Kolvartaku. I oppose 92. I find this a blanket power grab. I see that for 8 months we had an acting mayor in violation of the charter, and then we had an election, and now the majority of you are butthurt about that and are blocking the progress that this mayor wants to make. Yes, we had an election. Yes, there were assembly people voted in, but we also voted in a mayor as well. There's 18 states where liberals are in charge, and in those 18 states where they have the majority in all of the forms of government, they have failing infrastructure, failing K-12, increased poverty, and increased taxes that are disproportionately on the socioeconomic scale to the poor people in their areas. These are people that I want to actively oppose getting any kind of power. And then when we have a more conservative person trying to come in and get some things done for this city, we're blocking that person and we're blocking the nominees, and I don't understand why. It's not Mayor Bronson's fault that the liberals can't be bothered in the previous 2 administrations to fill the boards and commissions. That's not that man's fault. Y'all didn't do your job in the first place. It's not his fault that he's now supporting applicants to these positions, mostly volunteer, that want to help this town out, and y'all are up here saying, no, I don't think so. That's not right. You know, we have someone here that is trying to get some work done, and they're being actively blocked. And you can pussyfoot around it, but we all see what you're doing. And so I oppose 92.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward, state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Oh, it's on? Good evening. My name is Christine Schuster. I'm District 3. I oppose this ordinance, and I've been watching this assembly, both in person and online, for the last 11 months. And I think you guys maybe should watch some assembly tape. And you can't hear me unless you listen to me. You can't hear me unless you listen to any of us. We are your constituents. Whether we're Libertarian, Republican, Independent, nonpartisan, we are your constituents. This is our mayor. That is who we voted for, okay? Your responsibility, and I think one of you gentlemen, I was shocked to hear one of you gentlemen, I don't know if you want to own up, when a lady stood up here and said, "You work for us." And one of you said, "Excuse me, wait a minute, we work for you?" Who do you think your boss is?
Ma'am, please speak to the ordinance before us.
I am. Your behavior is going right in line with your ordinance. And if you can't accept those observations, I'm coming here and I'm speaking calmly to you. There are people that are crazy and passionate about this. They've been coming here a lot longer than I. And I also want to say that I don't know what national infrastructure would have to do with this. So if you're not going to have one person stay on topic, you can't have me stay on topic, okay? And this is all on topic. The fact that anybody would think that this is okay is just mind-boggling to me. Would you have allowed it under Mayor Berkowitz? No way. I voted for Berkowitz, okay? You know, I did. I'm a nonpartisan. But who I vote for is my business, okay? And the reason that I vote for them is my business. This isn't going to get us anywhere. We've got homeless people. We've got all kinds of really serious things to do in this city after it has been devastated. Did I say I've lived here 61 years? I have. I've seen a lot. And that's, again, longer than some of you have been alive. But I really encourage you to think about what you are doing. And you know, as I've sat here, I thought, this thing looks like a bird to me. I don't know if that's what it is or not. But just think about this. The left wing and the right wing are part of the same bird.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? We'll go back to the phone and try Mr. Imbriani again.
Hello, this is Louis.
Hi, Mr. Imbriani.
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony for AO 2021-92 concerning confirmation hearings. If you state your name for the record and area of town in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chair LaFrance. For the record, my name is Louis Imbriani. I live in Eagle River. AO 2021-92, I think the intention there is good. However, there are certain things that I think that can be improved upon. First off, the time frame of lowering it from 6 months to 2 months, basically. That puts a real big strain during a transition process. That's already a strain on the incoming administration and on the assembly itself. Changing that time frame is not in the best interest of the city. And I think that if you were to make a time constraint, maybe if the person who was originally put up for that position was not confirmed, then you could put a shorter time constraint, because then they're searching for 1 or 2 people rather than trying to fill a large amount of boards, commissions, and other appointed positions. So it can be a little bit more focused, and that time frame could be met. So 6 months for the first, and then 2 months for the second. The other thing that I think should be changed is that this is an opportunity to add another set of checks and balances. So say the administration were to put a name forward, and that time frame were to start or would come to an end, then the chair could ask, or they could put forth the memo and have them put on for the assembly to confirm, not just any old time during that time frame, but specifically towards the end of that time frame, so that now the assembly has the ability to put it on their agenda, and the chair has the control over that, but it still is on the administration, the executive branch, to put forth that memo. If they don't, then you have that check and balance of the chair being able to call it forward. I think if those 2 changes were made, this is something that could be really beneficial, and it spells it out a little bit better. I hope that you guys go through the amendment process, or you move to postpone this indefinitely and rework it just a little bit more, because going through all of the different amendments looks very complicated and could get this bill away from its intended purpose. Thank you, and that is all that I have.
Thank you for your testimony. That concludes the phone list. We'll go back to in-person. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
Moved and seconded. At this time,
Before, let me do the AM.
Okay, we're going to do, I'll go to Mr. Vice Chair, and then after that, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Yep. Thank you. I move to, hold on, let me make sure I get the right motion. I move to accept AM to associate with this item. Its title is Assembly Memorandum, unnumbered, 2021, from Assembly Chair LaFrance and Vice Chair Constant, with one slight change. Madam Clerk, can I just speak that before we move it? If you look at line 21, there's an error. The word must should be may. And with that slight amendment, I would ask for a second and for this memorandum to be accepted.
Second. Moved and seconded.
Madam Chair, can he please, this is Ms. Allard, can they please repeat that and just speak a little bit louder? I apologize. I'm having a hard time hearing.
Sorry,
Yes,
if
go
you
ahead.
go to line 21 of the memorandum, the word must is changed to may.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to accept unnumbered AM pertaining to AO 2021-92S.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton? The motion to accept passes 11-0. We'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and then when we come back, we have the motion to approve on the floor, which has been seconded, and we'll proceed with amendments and debate.
Ms. Allard, are you on the phone with us?
Oh, yes, I'm here still.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. We have a motion to approve on the floor, and it's been seconded. I will go to the mover, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I discussed with Mr. Weddleton, it doesn't appear that he'll be moving his amendment because the amendment I'm about to move will be a little bit more towards what his goal was with his amendment, I think. And I will not also be moving Constant's amendment 2 or 3 after much conversation with the legal department and trying to ensure that what we're drafting and developing is really only addressing issues of confirmation and not reaching into issues of appointment. The amendment that we've settled on is Constant Amendment, or excuse me, LaFrance and Constant Amendment number 4. The purpose of this amendment...
And is there a second?
I move it, yeah, thank you.
Second.
Thank you. And the purpose of this amendment is to clarify several sections of the S version. It settles on 60 days to submit confirmations. After making the appointment subject to assembly confirmation, the mayor shall submit a memorandum for the appointment as required by subsection A2 to the clerk within 60 days. The appointment begins when the person begins working in the position, classification number assigned to a position that's subject to assembly confirmation until confirmed by the assembly the person is acting. It strikes the paragraph that you see. Then it adds section 4, limitation on assignment or delegation of authority or responsibility of a position subject to assembly confirmation. No person may be assigned or delegated for more than 60 days the authority or responsibility of a position subject to assembly confirmation unless the person is temporarily exercising the authority and responsibilities of the position subject to assembly confirmation because another person previously confirmed to the position by the assembly and expected to return is temporarily absent. Or 2, the person who has been delegated or assigned the authority or responsibility of the position subject to assembly confirmation has been in their current position with the municipality for 1 year or longer, and the person has refused an offer of appointment by the mayor to the position subject to assembly confirmation. That circumstance comes up a lot when there's an individual who's highly qualified, but they don't want to step into a appointed political position for their own personal reasons, but they have been in the position long enough to have established their employ in the municipality. Number 3, the assembly by resolution concurs with a recommendation from the administration that it's not in the best interest of the municipality to enforce the limits of this subsection. 5, acting director is defined for the purpose of this chapter as an individual that the mayor has placed in the director position pursuant to chapter 3.20 executive organization and who the mayor intends to appoint or who the mayor has appointed as director subject to assembly confirmation. Skipping forward, section 1, page 2, beginning line 31, part C, an appointment for a principal executive or department head position that's subject to assembly confirmation may be scheduled for a confirmation hearing and set on a meeting agenda for a confirmation vote by the assembly chair at any time after 60 days from the person's date of hire into the position subject to assembly confirmation or adoption of an executive branch reorganization creating the position subject to assembly confirmation. The administration shall forward a copy of the letter of appointment for the current executive position subject to assembly confirmation within 14 days of the person's date of hire or date of adoption of an executive branch reorganization creating the director position. A letter of appointment is not exempt from disclosure under section 3.90.040. Strike that sentence, submittal, and then following add, submittal of the memorandum from the mayor or designee is not a prerequisite for the action by the chair, and lack of such memorandum does not preclude a confirmation vote. And then for section 3, page 3, beginning at line 40, is deleted in its entirety. If the amendment is adopted, there is no change to current AMC section 3.30.066. That's the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I'll go ahead and go through the queue, starting with Mr. Weddleton.
I think this amendment is fine, but I would like to add that I will be moving Weddleton Amendment 1B. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the Vice Chair or the Chair and the makers of this amendment. So I apologize if you already explained this, but if you could confirm it for me again. So in the new section 4.2 on page 2, when it talks about the person who has been delegated or assigned the authority or responsibility of the person subject to the assembly confirmation has been in their current position for 1 year or longer, that little subsection there. And I think of this as like the Deanne Fetko exception, right? But does it preclude, how does this interact with the power of the assemblies to sort of draw an appointment to us? So could we still bring this person before us or not? So I understand this is sort of the automatic, you have 60 days or you're no longer in the position. And this is an exception to that. But do we still have the authority to draw that person before us and do a vote or not under this amendment?
Sure.
Mr. Constant?
Well, what it says is the administration has 60 days to submit a memorandum of appointment, and after 60 days, the assembly can act.
Okay. But this is an exception to that, right?
No, this is that. No, he's asking about this particular. Oh, I'm sorry. Which section? Part 2? Part 2.
I mean, I guess it applies to all of the subsection 4. I'm particularly curious about 4.2, but all of these have that exception. Does the exception say that after 60 days, we don't have the ability to do that? Or is it just getting rid of the automatic portion of the ordinance?
So I think that I'm going to rely on Dean for this language because this was one of the areas that Blair Christensen, the attorney on the 7th labor attorney, suggested was an essential element to ensure that we don't violate personnel rules. And so, but I'm not the lawyer and I'm not super savvy on the nuance of that. So I'd ask Dean or if Ms. Christensen is available.
Thank you, and if I'm looking at the right part, it's that for little I, that starts the person who's been delegated or assigned the authority or responsibility of the position. And this language we actually crafted collaborating with our employment law expert Blair Christensen, the assistant municipal attorney of the Department of Law, and she was very helpful in making sure that this language would ensure we didn't conflict with the personnel rules or Chapter 330 of the code. And so your specific question, I had a hand in reviewing this and refining it, and refined it a couple times. But the expertise on this language and its effect will probably be Blair Christensen. I'm not sure if she's available tonight. I actually think that Mr. Burke might be checking I'm not sure if I hit on your specific question.
So I am less, may I ask this question, Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
So my question is not so much about legal effect, because I think I understand that. It's more the construction of the ordinance. And so I think there's another portion of the ordinance, although I admit now we've got this major amendment and we've got the S version, so I might have lost the thread. But I thought there was a part of the ordinance where the chair had the ability to draw someone before us and say, we're going to vote this person up or down. And the reason I ask particularly about this subsection is I do see the potential for abuse here, not necessarily by this administration, but by any administration. And I'll give you an example, and not because, again, he is in any way someone where this happened, but Mr. Ruskowitz, for example, He was made the head of ONB, but he had been working for more than a year. And you can see a world where a political superior would go to him and say, you are going to turn down the offer of appointment, and then we are going to make you this long-term acting role because we're worried about you getting confirmed. And so to me, this seems like it could be a fairly major loophole if we don't have the ability to draw that person before us. Now, we don't have to, my understanding is this exception is to the automatic portion of the ordinance, not the discretionary part of the ordinance where the chair can draw that person before us. But someone please correct me if I'm mistaken about the construction of the ordinance.
Whoops. I'm still on. Okay. Sorry. I do realize we are trying to close loopholes such as the one you used in your example. It's very difficult to do because the example you used demonstrates a scenario where there was perhaps some bad faith. And what we're relying on is good faith. And I know that there have been actual examples in the past where we've had an acting director, I think it might have been for one of the utilities, for an extended period of time, but they didn't want the job. And this is trying to ensure that. And let me see. I think that part of the language here that we need to make sure was included is partway down. It says, and the person has refused an offer of appointment by the mayor to the position. And this sort of refers to some documentation. So there's been an offer of appointment, it's been refused. And then the offer of appointment, that's also in another part of this amendment. I believe the subsection C at the bottom. And we made sure that an offer of appointment is not exempt from disclosure as a personnel record. So here for exception in 2, you must have a bona fide offer of appointment from the mayor to the person, and that usually goes in the personnel file. Then if you look at subsection C a little further down, and right before the strikeouts at the end, the letter of appointment is not exempt from disclosure under section 39040. That's our public records law and our code and the exceptions to it. And the exceptions are supposed to be literally construed, but we made sure, okay, this is not exempt from disclosure because we have personnel records being exempt generally under that subsection. So here we made sure that the offer of appointments disclosable, and in part 2 for double little i's, that an offer of appointment has been made in order to get that exception. I don't know, Mr. Dunbar, if what I'm describing will actually foreclose a bad faith scenario that you've described, but we do still have that automatic ability after 60 days to bring someone in for appointment. I suppose, in a lot of this is sort of hypothetically thinking how this would work in application, and that's why we had Ms. Christensen get involved, because she's so much more familiar with how personnel rules work in application. So partly what we're looking at is, well, if after 60 days the chair calls up the person, can they then say, well, I've been offered this letter of appointment, I declined, I don't want this job. Is that sufficient? And we think it is because we take, well, let's see. Perhaps maybe you should try to call a friend here. If you could give me just a moment. We actually had some assistance in Amendment 4, and I'll see if Ms. Christensen is online.
And in the meantime, I'll...
much better explanation than I am.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. In the meantime, I'll go to Mr. Constant, who wanted to...
So I understand Ms. Christensen is on the phone.
Oh, okay. Actually, Ms. Christensen?
Yes, I'm here. Through the chair, Assemblymember Dunbar, I believe you're asking the purpose of the exceptions in Section 4?
Yes, I'm sort of trying to understand the interaction between those exceptions in Section 4 and the powers of the chair in Section 1C, where they have the ability to bring someone before the assembly.
So I think the purpose is that one is generally confirmations occur when somebody is in the position, in the actual position of the director. The purpose of Section 4 was to limit the assignment or delegation of authority, so that would be a person that was not in the position of the director or the position subject to confirmation. It's limiting the amount of time you can do what we call acting from a deputy director position or some other subordinate position to 60 days, with the exception of the three things below. The reason we added number 2 is we do have a history in the municipality of having a hard time filling some director positions, like the traffic engineer, the HR director, several positions, and the only options for acting while we try to fill those positions is a subordinate position, and that person does not want the job. They're non-represented employees, they're not executives. There's a variety of reasons why they don't want to take the job, but we have to have somebody who's available to be that acting person. That, like for the traffic engineer, it has to be an engineer. And so while the assembly wanted to limit the amount of time a subordinate could be acting, there are situations in which it would really hamper the municipality not to be able to do it for longer than 60 days.
Yeah, and I'm not questioning the ability of the municipality to do that, and I think that is absolutely legitimate, and I understand those circumstances. What I am concerned about is if there was a bad faith action opportunity to use that exemption, I want to make sure that the assembly isn't precluded from addressing that in some way, and through bringing that person before us for appointment, or for confirmation rather. But I think what you're saying is that they wouldn't be, right? That because they're only delegated the authority, you're saying that we wouldn't be able to vote up or down on them at any point. Is that right?
Correct, but they couldn't hold the acting position or they couldn't have the acting assignment for longer than 60 days. If they don't qualify for the exception, and I believe I heard you say earlier that a director asked them to refuse, I think that's outside the bounds of the law to force somebody to refuse an appointment. But so you would assume that they're following the exceptions, and they would not be allowed to act longer than 60 days if they don't meet those exceptions. The acting assignment would have to stop.
If I might, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
Just to
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So, Mr. Dunbar, like a good Yale attorney, you literally zoomed in on exactly the spot where we spent hours going back and forth, that line right there. And the problem that I have come to conclude in relationship to that factor is that there is no ideal solution. And this was a hard hammered out compromise that there has to be a way for individuals who follow this exemption, have been there for a long time and need to fill a position like an HR director that sat in an unconfirmed position for a long time because they couldn't find someone, and the person wouldn't accept it. And so unless there's a brighter mind, literally that is the one zone that we spent hours and just could not. And there are other areas within this ordinance that still depend on good faith.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't realize I was actually in the queue, but that works. Thank you. I think there are some things in this particular amendment that actually answer some of my concerns. I do have kind of two another concern, but first I want to just kind of ask for some clarification from the administration as to whether or not this actually helps to alleviate the concern about the idea of a temporary person, someone who is never actually intended to be confirmed because they literally are in a position while a person is, the actual confirmed person is maybe on vacation or has a medical need to be gone for a certain period of time. But I just wanted the exemption portion that's listed in section 2, or in section 4 that we've just been talking about, if that actually helps to alleviate some of the concerns in regard to the idea of a person temporarily exercising authority of a position. Thank you. Then I have another question after that. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Burke, will you be answering or taking this one?
Yeah, through the chair, Patrick Burke. Ms. Kennedy, can you repeat your question just so I know exactly what it is? Does this alleviate? So, actually, now that I'm talking through it, I can't answer. Certainly, any attempts to expand the scope of the confirmation power would be kind of an infringement on the executive branch's power to appointment. And I think that although the Assembly and the administration worked to get through some of the more technical objections or concerns that we noted last week or 2 weeks ago, and the Department of Law certainly appreciates that effort. There are instances in this amendment in which an acting director who has not been appointed by the mayor to be a department head would theoretically be subject to confirmation, and that remains an issue and likely a violation of separation of powers.
Can I follow up on that?
Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Burke. And I guess what I'm saying is then, is there a way to actually amend this in such a way that the understanding would be that somebody serving in a true temporary status would not then all of a sudden become subjected to the confirmation requirements? So I guess I'm asking, is there anything else we can do to fix that? Is that just a nuance that we just kind of have to live with that kind of a potential situation, or can we actually do something that fixes that particular part so that we're not going to end up requiring that a confirmation be done for somebody that literally is acting in a temporary situation before the actual person that's been appointed and subject to the real confirmation is actually back on the job?
Through the chair, Patrick Burke. You know, Ms. Kennedy, I think that, I mean, the issue I believe the Department of Law continues to have with this, and again, I think the Assembly did a very good job working through some of the more technical personnel issues that were identified last week, but the issue I think that I'm concerned about, and certainly Ms. Christensen can expand on this more, but it's the limitations on assignments or delegations of authority or responsibility to a position subject to Assembly confirmation. I don't know that I have any suggestions tonight on how to fix that, but certainly it remains a concern that not all acting directors are directors that have been appointed by the mayor to be a department head. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Christensen if she has any thoughts or wants to clear up any mistakes I might have made.
Ms. Christensen, and then we'll go to Mr. Gates.
I concur with Mr. Burke. As Assemblymember Constant just said, we worked very hard to try to hammer out these exceptions and to try to hammer out exceptions that would allow the Assembly to bring the people before them that were suitable for confirmation and to not kind of bog down the municipality in processes when we really just were in these situations where somebody was acting for a director, but there was never any intention to permanently appoint them. I am not sure if it's a perfect solution, but after many hours of work, this was the best that we could come up with.
Thank you, Ms. Christensen. I guess if Mr. Gates has something to add, then great, thank you.
Yes, thank you. I would add something here that if a person's been like temporarily acting in the role of a department director, but they haven't been offered an appointment by the mayor, officially saying, I want to appoint you as director. If they haven't been offered that, there's no scenario here where the chair could pull them in for a confirmation hearing. So part of that exception that we looked at is that the mayor actually made an offer, and the person declined, but they're still functioning in the role because you need someone to head the department. But there's no scenario where the person who's not being appointed by the mayor, but has just been temporarily acting until he appoints someone, and maybe that goes on for a while till the mayor finds someone he wants to appoint. But there's no scenario where that person who's temporarily there is going to be subject to a confirmation hearing. I would also add that the original AO, it confusingly said some persons not appointed might have to be confirmed. So this Amendment 4 and that 4 little double I is, fixes that. So there's now no scenario with what I just described would occur.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Ms. Kennedy, did you have a follow-up?
Yes, thank you. I guess the problem is in an effort to catch the tuna, we might also be catching the dolphins, and we don't want to do that. So anyway, I will ask another question, though, in regard to Section 1, page 2 of the amendment number 4. There's a phrase in there that talks about an appointment for a principal executive or department head position. And it's my understanding that that term, principal executive, is actually not a term that is used when referencing those that are subject to confirmation. So can I get some clarification on that? Because there are certainly other principal executives that I believe are not subject to confirmation. And again, I don't want to catch everybody into this that we're not trying to target. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Kennedy, actually it does. If you look at the charter, there's a couple executive positions that are not department heads. The municipal attorney, for example, and the CFO, and those are what we refer to as principal executives. There's some other parts in code where that's a little clearer. I think if you look at 2020, the municipal manager as well, she's Ms. Dembowski. I'm not sure what department you had, but she's a principal executive, that's for sure, appointed by the mayor. So I get what you're saying, though, and you're concerned that principal executive might mean more positions that are not subject to assembly confirmation. But, if you just read those two words, maybe that net's larger than it needs to be, but we're looking at a whole phrase here. Principal executive that is subject to assembly confirmation, or department head that's subject to assembly confirmation. So, if you look at the charter, here's a principal executive subject to confirmation by the assembly, then that falls within this net. If you look at a principal executive somewhere else, and I can't think of an example, I'm sorry, but if you do find one, but it's not subject to assembly confirmation, it doesn't fall within this section at all.
Thank you, Mr. Gates.
Thank you. And then if I might, Madam Chair, I don't have this particular amendment to this amendment in writing, but I think it's relatively simple. So I'm going to move to amend the amendment in that phrase, Section 1, page 2, beginning at line 31C, to delete the term principal executive or department head, so that it just simply leaves an appointment for a position that is subject to assembly confirmation.
Second.
Okay, an amendment to remove the phrase principal, executive, or department head from section C on page 2 has been made and seconded, moved and seconded. Is there anything further you wanted to add, Ms. Kennedy?
Just that I think it clarifies, it takes out any kind of potential confusion over that term, but simply states that whatever position that's already subject to assembly confirmation would be the appointment that we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. I'll go through the queue to see if anyone wants to speak to the amendment, and if you don't, I'll just leave you in the queue. Ms. Zelatel, nope. Mr. Constant? Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to stay in the queue as well, but so I believe if you do this, then it might open the door to boards and commissions, because we have to confirm them as well. And that's not what this is the topic. We're just dealing with executives and department heads here.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Did you want Mr. Gates to reply?
Well, I suppose so, or someone. So, Mr. Gates, were this amendment to pass, would this open the door to having all of this apply to appointments to boards and commissions?
I'm actually trying to look at that now, and I need to pull up the AO document to be sure. That is a concern of mine. This subsection C is to, oops. I'm sorry, I'm having a little computer issues, but I'll have it up in a moment. I do want to point out, though, while I am pulling it up, that we have a list of principal executives in our code that I mentioned. It's in 13510, principal executive personnel, boards and commissions, and 13510B is principal executive personnel and members of boards and commissions who should take the oath of office. And then B2 is principal municipal executives whose office is created by municipal charter, Chapter 220, 320, or 510. And there's a list there. So I think that this is helpful to sort of contain the net that you described. And then when we look at subsection C, it's about the confirmation of the mayor's appointments. And some of this list in B2 that I just read, I mean, that's really, I wrote this last year or two, I think. I remember going through carefully to make sure we listed them all. But we have the municipal attorney, municipal manager, municipal clerk, which isn't a mayoral appointee. And that's why when we look at subsection C, subject to assembly confirmation, but this is within the mayor's appointees section. So we have a list of principal executives that's broader. But when we look at this subsection C, it's amending to 3095, I think it is, it's only the mayor's appointees who are subject to assembly confirmation. That would exclude in 32020A some lists of the mayor's appointees who are not subject to assembly confirmation. There's a few of them, you know, chief of staff, for example. We're excluding those. So, you know, that's why this is sort of complex. There's a whole bunch of scenarios, and I think we've done a pretty good job of narrowing that down. I'm sorry. You see, I did want to make sure that we're not, by removing that phrase, getting to boards and commission appointees, and I mean, it's probably obvious I'm stalling a little bit because I am, but I'm almost there. Whoops, not quite.
I can go.
I'll go back through the queue while you're looking, Mr. Gates. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I believe that the effect of this amendment would actually be to broaden its effect and not to narrow its effect. And so I don't know that that's what is intended by the mover. And I think the best thing to do is keep it narrowed to the defined terms that are in the code as opposed to open it up to be broadly interpreted and create more questions for interpretation for people down the road.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy, I see you're in the queue. Did you want to wait until Mr. Gates responds? Okay, we can stand by, and then I'll go back to Mr. Weddleton with any follow-up, and then to you.
Yes, thank you. So this subsection C, it's part of an addition by this ordinance to section 23095. And 23095 in our code currently, it's confirmation hearings for appointments submitted to the Assembly when the clerk receives a memo from the mayor saying executive appointment or the Assembly requested. And this section, though, the title is confirming appointment of principal executives, department heads, and members of boards and commissions. So I just said when the Assembly requests it, because we get board and commission appointments often on our consent agenda, as you recall, we had a whole bunch of them quite recently. The Assembly could request a confirmation hearing for them. That's why we have A2 in the current code. But A1 was to automatically have a confirmation hearing for principal executives and department heads. So if we're looking at C in our amendment document on our screen, it doesn't have 23095A that I just read from, which applies to also boards and commissions. So C, if you take out principal executive or department head, it just says appointment, if I understood your amendment correctly, to take out both principal executive and department head. If you're left with an appointment subject to Assembly confirmation, maybe scheduled, etc., that would include boards and commission appointments. There's a big difference here, though, because a board or commission appointment, they're volunteers, and we don't have all the personnel rules at issue with them. And in addition, they don't take their seat until after they're confirmed by the Assembly. And so we don't have that temporary acting until confirmed whole scenario that we're talking about. And that's why we're adding the subsection C. It's for those positions who are employees, and they need to start working so that our municipal operations don't falter right until we get Assembly confirmation, and because that's what's required in our checks and balances. So, I mean, I would not recommend taking out the phrase. I know you were trying to avoid casting a broader net than we needed to, but I actually think taking out that phrase enlarges this net rather than narrows it, just because of the context in which C is in the whole of section 23095. And I think while I've been talking, perhaps some other attorneys have been looking as well. And so there's been other views.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Weddleton, since you had raised this question, do you have any follow-up? No. Okay, I'll go to Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, my intent was not to broaden this at all. It was meant to make sure that that term, principal executive, doesn't all of a sudden get broadened to include those that are not subject, currently not subject to appointment, or to confirmation. So I just wanted to make sure that we weren't suddenly kind of redefining that term in a way that did broaden it. So anyway, but it looks like that's not going to accomplish exactly what I was hoping to do in terms of putting those more specific parameters on what this part of the amendment is supposed to do. So I'll withdraw that amendment, or amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
Does the second agree? And I believe that was seconded by Ms. Allard.
Yes, that's fine, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Okay, I have 3 folks in the queue, but I understand Ms. Zalatel, Mr. Constant, and Mr. Weddleton, you are in it for the main motion, or are you on the amendment? Okay. So I'll go back through on the amendment. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for Ms. Christensen. When you were explaining subsection 2 of number 4, little I, double little I, you kept indicating acting from a subordinate position. Is it always the case that someone who would receive this delegated or assigned authority in this manner, and what's contemplated here would be acting from a current subordinate position?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Zalatel, I can't say it has never happened where it's something other than a subordinate position. Sometimes, theoretically, I think, I'm not sure if Ms. Domboski has acted down, what we call acting down, but certainly Anna Henderson and Bill Falsey before that would cover their respective departments sometimes if a director was absent, or perform duties that a director would normally perform, but those are obviously confirmed positions that were acting down. You would think anything above a director would be the municipal manager, and that's a confirmed position. It is very, very rare that somebody would be acting laterally, and I can't think of a situation in which it's happened.
Thank you. May I ask another question, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. This is also for you, Ms. Christensen. On that next line, it says, with the municipality for 1 year or longer. Is there any significance to that 1 year mark or 1 year term, or is that just simply as in trying to do the best that you all could, that was what was agreed upon?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Zalatel, it was that we were just trying to do the best that we could to figure out a time period at which I think the idea was that if you're in your current position for 1 year or longer, it is unlikely you have been put in that position to act as a director for an extended period of time without confirmation.
Okay.
But there's no magic reason why it was 1 year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constance?
Yes, thank you. I just want to speak briefly philosophically on some testimony, or not testimony, but the position that was posited by the administration, the municipal attorney. I think, and I respect that he's defending the mayor in this, that any expansion of confirmation power is an infringement of executive power, was what was stated into the record. I would suggest that the timeframes that are in our municipal process right now are in the code. The code is stewarded by the legislative branch. And so a change of timelines and a change of this process isn't in fact an expansion of or infringement of executive power as proposed, but instead I've heard for days in working with the attorneys that everybody's concerned about this being an infringement of executive power. I am concerned that we are witnessing instead an effort to avoid the confirmation process, which is a violation, in my opinion, of the balance of power, but it's a violation of the legislative branch's authority. And so I want to make sure the base and floor of this conversation at least respects both arguments, and that information is in the system as we come to debate this amendment and debate the underlying item.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton on the amendment.
Thanks. I want to follow up on something that Mr. Gates had said. And, you know, this section, it's section 2, number 4 that we've been mostly discussing here, is essentially to, if someone were not in the director position but were doing the director's work, then we would say, wait a minute, we're going to pull that in for a confirmation. But I think I heard Mr. Gates say, and this, to try to make a quote, there is no scenario where a person who was not appointed by the mayor could be drawn into a confirmation hearing. But in fact, that's what this section is about. It's, you know, if a mayor were to have someone, you know, lower level do the work of the director, then what this section says is we would pull them in for a confirmation hearing because they're effectively, am I reading this right? I'm getting puzzled looks, but I thought that was the entire intent of this section 4. Maybe, I don't know, could...
And Mr. Weddleton, just to clarify, is your question about, on number 2 there, under 4, if that actually does the opposite of what the AO is intending to do by enabling someone to stay in a position for an extended period of time as an acting director?
No, I wasn't being that specific. As I read this number 4, it's saying that were a mayor to assign or delegate the authority of a director to someone who's not, they don't call him a director. You have a second tier or something, but you say, but you shall do everything the director does. And we're mayor to do that for more than 60 days. We could say, wait a minute, they're essentially a director. We want to confirm them or not. Is that correct? I mean, do the makers of this amendment? Am I interpreting that right?
Ms. Christensen, do you want to comment or respond
Yes.
to Mr. Weddleton's question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to Assembly Member Weddleton, I think this section is actually prohibiting anyone from acting, taking on the duties of a director or a position subject to confirmation for longer than 60 days. So according to this amendment, the employee would no longer be, on 61 days, they're no longer, if they don't meet one of those exceptions, they're no longer able to act.
Oh, I see. So this does not say we would pull them into a confirmation. This just says they have 60 days and then they're done. Okay.
Correct. So I think if you look at the opening paragraph at number 4, no person may be assigned or delegated for more than 60 days the authority or responsibility of a position that is subject to assembly confirmation unless.
Okay. Now
So at 61 days it has to stop unless you meet one of those exceptions.
Okay. Once you read to me what I read to myself, I get it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I'll go next to Ms. Allard and then Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Allard on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could the sponsors, again, I don't have the amendment, so I'm really trying to listen here. I did ask the clerk just now to send it, so I apologize. One of my concerns is if someone has cancer, gets hit by a bus, or some other medical reason that is private medical that can't be shared, and is out of work for more than 60 days, could the sponsor of this amendment please speak on that? Because I don't read it. For example, the delay of the 60 days before for to pay or grease, that was no fault of the administration. This was the assembly body trying to come to terms with ethics and questions that rightfully we should have brought up. But I'm trying just to clarify, if he could just read it again can you read the exemptions again? I apologize.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. And the amendment is being emailed again. And Mr. Constant
Thank you.
will address your point.
Mrs. Allard, the way it reads, there is, under the section of exemptions, which is part 4, the first one, I, lowercase, it says that this requirement doesn't come into effect if the person is temporarily exercising the authority or responsibilities of the position subject to confirmation because another person previously confirmed to the position by the assembly and expected to return is temporarily absent. And so it doesn't contemplate medical or other issues, but if a person has a personnel matter that keeps them temporarily away, then this section would protect them from that process taking effect.
All right, then, Madam Chair, I would ask, do we already have an amendment on the floor to include the reasons that we don't have to put hit by a bus, but, sorry, but for maybe private or medical that can be extended past the 60 days, or, because I'm still, oh, she just sent it to me, okay. All right, I guess I need to read that before I can see that portion. And then I would also caution that we don't speak to the motive of the administration and what their intent could possibly be. But let me read that amendment, Madam Chair, and I'll put myself back in queue if I have any other questions.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. And I believe Mr. Constant wanted to provide further comment to
Yeah,
your question.
I don't know that it would be advisable to create a list because there are going to be things we can't think of that are going to come up, but instead it's very broadly written that if the absence is temporary, then there is no question. So I think that it would be narrowing the possibilities by adding any specific elements.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I agree with what Mr. Constant just said. This has to do with the exemptions for the people that are serving in that position. It doesn't really matter the reason why that person temporarily, the other person temporarily were no longer available. With regard to, 4.2 or double I there on page 3, I think we can all contemplate what this is about. This is when a person who is a long-standing sort of apolitical, multi-administration deputy becomes the director for a while. That's perfectly acceptable. I think we all know that, and Deanne Fetkoga is one of those examples. In the example I used with Mr. Ruskowitz, he'd been in the administration for quite a long time. He had spanned multiple administrations. So I'm going to offer an amendment to amendment that doesn't specifically address the Ruskowitz case. And again, I apologize, Carl. I'm picking on you only because you are a recent example of someone who had served in multiple administrations. I'm going to make an amendment to change the word 1 to 2 and add an S after years. So municipality for 2 years or longer. And I think this addresses a secondary concern where an administration could come in and try to hire someone as a deputy and then wait for a year and then elevate them in a similar way to what I just described. I don't think any administration would necessarily do that. I hope not. But that would partially close this loophole that we're talking about. And part of it would be, the 2 years, we could go 3 years. I think 2 years is sufficient given the length of a mayoral term. So again, I'm making an amendment to the amendment to change 1 to 2 and add an S after years. If I get a second.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, moved and seconded. And Mr. Dunbar, you've already spoken to the amendment. Did you want to add anything else now that it is seconded?
No, that's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I'll go through the queue, but I think, Ms. Kennedy, you were in for the amendment. Do you want to speak to the amendment to the amendment? Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually think that the scenario that the maker of the amendment to the amendment is suggesting isn't possible, because we already know that obviously somebody's got to be in there for at least a year, so that's definitely before the period by which a new mayor would be coming into that position. And we already have other requirements then that say that the mayor has to actually appoint these department heads right after they're elected. So I guess I don't see a situation where that could actually happen, where a mayor could put somebody in that position before he's elected. Anyway, I guess I just don't see where that scenario would actually be possible. So I won't be supporting the amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
Can I briefly respond to that, Ms. LaFrance?
Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
So I'm thinking of, it's a 3-year term. So I'm thinking about the back half of a mayor's term in this case.
Thank you. And Mr. Gates? I apologize, you were in the queue earlier, and I don't know if you...
Not about, this was not about the amendment to the amendment about changing 1 to 2, so I can wait till after you vote.
I'll come back to you. I'll leave you in the queue. Mayor Bronson, on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the administration, Ms. Demboski will speak.
Ms. Demboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to give you a real-world example of how this will impact municipal operations. And Ms. Christensen brought up the issue of the traffic engineer. So that's a small department, a very, very difficult position to fill, for example. So Brad Coy, who's our traffic engineer, his number 2 is somebody who's been there for many, many years and frankly could retire any time now. So if they retire, then that person will be replaced with a new person. So effectively, if Brad gets hit by a bus or if Brad goes on a long-term vacation or a mission trip somewhere or whatever, we effectively couldn't have somebody act in that position. Who would fill that role? So I'm just trying to say, sometimes I think we have a solution searching for a problem that doesn't really exist. The administration has brought forward all of our nominees who are ripe for nomination in a timely fashion. We have one nominee who we're just waiting for the reorg to be codified, and he will be brought forward. The 2 other nominees that are in effectively newer positions, actually only one, Lance Wilbur, Director of Public Works. The reason we brought him before you before the reorg is because he's my designee. And we wanted to make sure if somebody was acting in the capacity of municipal manager, this assembly has already confirmed them. So again, this administration does not change its position. We believe that the assembly has the authority to confirm, but some of these arbitrary, what appears to be arbitrary issues like 2 years, 1 year, we simply haven't abused this, and we want the assembly to really think about potential impacts of municipal operations as you make these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. After spending hours sorting out the details of that item, I tend to agree with the municipal manager on the term of time, that it probably doesn't need to be expanded, that there are very narrow bandwidths of issues in which these concerns would arise, and to respond to the municipal manager's concern that we might find ourselves in a hole because of lack of somebody who is capable and hasn't met the time. Section 3 III under this states that the assembly can in fact just determine when the municipal manager asks that this person is going to fit in the time. And so I think that the amendment isn't necessary. There was a lot of work that went into getting to that language right there. And I think that we've created an off-ramp for all parties here. And I think the municipal manager would like to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Demboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Constant. We would appreciate that luxury, that leeway, simply because, again, this has not been something that is abused. This is something that is operationally necessary. And I'm very cautious of assembly time. I guess we could schedule a special assembly meeting if it became urgent. But I would just really caution members, to really be thoughtful of the administration, the operation of government. And I appreciate your comments. Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Okay, I'll leave a couple of folks in the queue. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think that the scenario that the municipal manager raises with regard to the traffic engineer is covered by Exemption 1, and it might also be covered by Exemption 2. It's clearly covered by Exemption 1 in my mind. We're dealing with a different issue in Exemption 2, and Ms. Christensen said there was nothing magical about 1 year. I think 2 years prevents this loophole from developing. So I would urge, and again, it's not, I agree with the municipal manager. They have been timely in bringing forward many of their department heads, and we certainly appreciate that. And this code is not just about this administration, it's about future administrations too. And that's why we should try to write it in the best way we can. So I would urge my colleagues to support my amendment to the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. We'll go to Mr. Burke on the amendment to the amendment, and then hopefully we can vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Patrick Burke for the record. I think the better example, if I could just add on to what Municipal Manager Dembowski, the example she gave of Brad Coy, the better example is a situation in which Brad Coy suffers some type of FMLA or military leave or medical leave that we are not allowed to share with the Assembly, and so we can't, we would be in a situation where we're just telling you, trust us, Brad Coy can't serve, there's an acting who isn't 1 year or 2 year, and you're just going to have to trust the administration because we can't tell you why Brad is not there. And so I think that's the better example than Brad Coy getting, knock on wood this doesn't happen, but Brad Coy getting hit by a bus when everybody would know that there is a good reason why Mr. Coy is out of the office and unable to work.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Poor Brad. Okay, are you back in? Mr. Constant?
Thank you, and I'll just speak one last time on the amendment and just say, Mr. Coy, please design safer streets. And I, again, urge the members, just let's leave it as drafted, don't support the amendment, and not because I just think that all the exemptions, the timeline, it's tightly crafted with hours of work and effort that this was not done arbitrarily.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Ms. Allard on the amendment to the amendment.
No.
Mr. Peterson.
No.
The amendment to the amendment fails 4-7. We now have the amendment before us, back before us. Ms. Kennedy, were you in the queue for the amendment?
Yes, I was, but let me get back on track with what is next. So if you want to go to someone else, then come back to me. That'd be great. Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Gates?
Thank you. I asked to speak just to point out that in all the scenarios, and while we've drafted this carefully, as has been pointed out, to try to cover loopholes, if some are still there on all the scenarios, if there's some doubt, we always have that escape hatch, which is the 4-3I. How do you say it? I. And that's where whoever's been temporarily in position, but they're not an appointee for more than 60 days, the Assembly can just agree by resolution. That would be brought by the administration, saying we need this person to continue in this role more than 60 days for whatever reason. If they can't tell you why the person who was appointed is gone for longer, like in 4I or whatever, I think that it's sort of the escape hatch. Would the Assembly agree to allow a person, more than 60 days to continue in this role, I guess, even though they haven't been appointed by the mayor as a prominent department head or so forth. So I just think we need to take into consideration that's sort of the fallback position when there's a loophole that we can't figure out. Go to 3, have the Assembly vote that this person's okay, like them, whoever's acting for Mr. Coy. Or, and I was reminded of an example with OMB. We have an acting OMB director right now, Marilyn Bonsoff, and she's certainly been here for more than a year, almost as long as I have, and she's done this several times, been acting OMB director. Anyways, even if she was doing that for more than 60 days, the Assembly can do a resolution saying we're okay with her, but Mr. Mayor, please bring someone forward. or we're not okay with her, you do it by resolution. So that just brings your check and balance back into play. And I just wanted to mention little Roman 3.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Before we continue, we are 59 minutes into debate, and code sets the limit at an hour unless it's extended. Is there a motion to extend debate? So moved.
Again,
By how much?
20 minutes. Wait, you go. You were the mover.
I was going to say by 10 minutes. Thank you. A motion has been made to extend debate for 10 more minutes and seconded. Is there any opposition? Seeing no opposition, debate has been extended for another 10 minutes. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you. I actually just wanted some clarification. There's a reference to, in the Assembly Memorandum, there's a reference in the third paragraph there that says the substitution version of the ordinance revises the proposed changes to AMC 320.020 to instead simply require that a person may be set for a confirmation. And I'm just looking for where that actually is to begin with, and whether that is actually changed in this amendment or if it was actually changed originally in the S version. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy.
Just trying to track changes here, thanks, before we actually go to the point of approving the amendment. Thank you.
So I have it on report that the language of Section 3, which Amendment 4 deletes, takes care of the issue.
If I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Gates.
So in the S version of the ordinance, this is subsection 3, and that's being deleted by Amendment 4. Subsection 3 has, in the AO 92 S version, page 3, line 27, that the person shall be placed on the next regular assembly meeting agenda. So our Amendment 4 takes out that whole paragraph and replaces it with what we've crafted. I think that's what you were looking for.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve the amendment.
Ms. Allard, on the amendment to approve amendment number 4 revised.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. We now have the main motion before us. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. I'd like to move Weddleton Amendment 1B. That's on the back of
Second.
Weddleton Amendment 1B has been moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton?
You know, this just lets the mayor, if someone were up for confirmation and failed a confirmation, that person could be employed elsewhere in the municipality, presumably a place that doesn't require confirmation.
Madam Chair, point of information.
Yes, Ms. Kennedy, what is your question?
We do not have a hard copy of that amendment. Is that true? Is that one that was just recently emailed to us? Thank you.
You should have a hard copy. It says at the top Weddleton Amendment number 1, and I have Part A and Part B, and I'm moving Part B.
And you're just moving Part B. Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just trying to understand the necessity of this amendment. Isn't this already the case? I mean, this is legally the case right now. So I don't understand how the law is different after this amendment is passed. I mean, nothing in this ordinance prevents the mayor from hiring someone in a different position.
Well, you know, I kind of assume that's true. This just makes that clear.
But, I mean, if we fail to confirm someone and then a mayor makes them a special assistant of some kind, that, you know, might be seen as a workaround if they then tried to make that person acting in that position and that acting in that confirmed position. And I don't think this is trying to address that. There would be other parts of the ordinance that address that. We should still be able to bring that person before us for confirmation. But if they're in a totally different position as a special assistant or as any other, you know, employee, that's, you know, this ordinance doesn't deal with that at all. That's clearly legal. So, I mean, I guess this amendment is sort of harmless, but I think it's also superfluous. I just don't understand how it changes the law.
Mr. Weddleton, did you want to add anything?
No, I think Mr. Dunbar spoke in support of it better than I could.
I'm not a huge fan of adding superfluous language to our code.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. I'll go through the queue. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe we need to be super careful that if someone is not confirmed and there is a different position within the municipality, that's not illegal. The state does it all the time. Individuals who are not confirmed, maybe as commissioners or no deputy commissioners aren't, but as commissioners, they're absolutely a vital part of an organization, and to imply that they shouldn't or can't move to another part of that administration, that's not okay. And I just want to make sure that we're okay with that. But, John, I think I like your amendment, so I'll probably support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Weddleton Amendment Number 1B.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 8-3. We now have the main motion before us with 3 minutes left.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you. I move Kennedy Allard Amendment Number 5.
Second.
Kennedy Allard Amendment 5 has been moved and seconded. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you. This just kind of corrects the information that's in one of the whereases, where it mentioned that some of the mayor's appointments have been controversial and one failed to be confirmed. This will change it to 2, which is more current and accurate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Kennedy Amendment Number 5. Kennedy Allard Amendment Number 5.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have another amendment to move, but I think we have to move to extend debate for another 10 minutes. So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. The motion has been made to extend debate by 10 minutes. Seeing no opposition, we are extended.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you. I'd like to move Kennedy Allard Amendment Number 6.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really am looking forward to the conversation in this because, so much of what has gone into this ordinance at this point has been, I believe, part of it has been certainly an effort to fine-tune the Assembly's ability to work through the confirmation process, but I think at the same time, it has actually put some guardrails, if you will, or parameters on what is expected of a mayor. And part of my concern about a lot of the conversation is this has all been about loopholes and providing ways to keep these loopholes or sidestepping some of these ordinances by the administration. And I think the same measure should probably be used against the Assembly as well. I don't believe that the Assembly actually should be limitless in how it approaches the idea of confirmations, and it occurred to me that there is actually a potential for an Assembly to just continually reject a confirmation of any position within the municipality. And I don't believe that that kind of excess should go unchecked. So there is an amendment here that would add a section D under section 1. And that is just that if the Assembly fails by votes for different persons to confirm 3 consecutively appointed persons to the same principal, executive, or department head positions subject to Assembly confirmation, the mayor may exercise an automatic confirmation of the 3rd appointee or any subsequent appointee that fails a confirmation vote, or may choose to appoint and submit another candidate to the Assembly for confirmation. And this subsection does not apply to persons appointed by different mayors. So again, the idea is to make sure that the Assembly does not go unchecked in its powers either, because there's certainly a potential, for looking at loopholes in that, there is certainly a potential by which an Assembly could abuse its power and just continually deny, reject. And this would be a way of curbing that potential, making sure that the Assembly realizes that there's not an unlimited number of denials for candidates and appointees. And this would, I think, would hopefully make an Assembly more cautious about how they decide or why they decide to reject a candidate. And so hopefully this would be something that would help to make that power a whole lot more, we would be more cautious, more careful with it, making sure that it would never be used as some kind of political tool to sabotage a particular administration. So, and I'm not saying that anybody's doing that now, I'm just saying that it just really occurred to me that could happen. And I think that there's got to be some kind of guardrails to that kind of power so that it is not limitless. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant?
Mr. Gates, do you believe that this amendment is in accord with the separation of powers the Charter grants the Assembly?
I believe this amendment violates the Charter and violates the basic rights of the executive and the legislative branches in this check and balance system of appointment and confirmation. Just the part where it's an automatic confirmation of somebody, or you could say it another way, automatically deny the mayor's appointee if they've been appointed and he hasn't sent forward a memorandum for X days, to put this both ways. And either way, you take away the power of the Assembly to confirm, and the Assembly or any legislative body acts by a vote, and in this case, a majority vote. When you do an automatic confirmation, there's no vote taking place. And that's just, to me, completely inconsistent with the notion of the legislative branch having the confirmation power. That you need to do a vote for that to happen one way or the other.
Any follow-up, Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I mean, I would like to just a momentary exercise of thinking about this the other way. Imagine if this amendment read, after three consecutive appointees fail to be confirmed, the Assembly can automatically appoint its it doesn't make sense. And so I urge the members to vote no.
May I follow up, Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy, and then I have Ms. Allard in the queue.
Thank you. And I certainly appreciate the legal opinion on this, and I can see where and why that was stated in the way that it was. But I also know that the Assembly has the ability to limit itself just as much as it actually has the authority to not limit itself. And if we decide that this is the way that the Assembly should move forward in order to better craft some kind of guardrails on its own power, then it would not be illegal. I mean, if we pass this, it is not illegal. And it doesn't say in the charter that we are limitless in our powers. So therefore, if we decide to actually craft some kind of limit, then we have the ability to do that. So, and maybe 3 isn't a magic number. Maybe the idea is not so much the number itself as it is a time frame. But again, the goal is to make sure that there's not a renegade assembly that is just bent on sabotaging the executive branch. So I think that it's reasonable to try to figure out, as much as we try to do the same to the public. We basically put restrictions on the public all the time. That's what this body does. That's what our code is about. That's what charter is about. So to not do that to the Assembly's own power doesn't make sense to me. And so therefore, I think this does actually warrant passing. And if it needs to be amended a bit to make it a little more palatable, then I'm open to that. But again, I don't believe that the Assembly should have unlimited power to continually reject an appointee. Thank you.
Thank you,
Or
Ms. Kennedy.
appointees. Thank you.
Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go ahead and amend the amendment, please. And where it says, whereas, however, some of the mayor's appointments have been controversial and 2, failed to be confirmed. And I would like to add, I'm trying to figure out where, Ms. Kennedy, maybe you can assist on this, unless ethics violation. That might give us better guardrails.
Ms. Allard?
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, we are on Kennedy Allard Amendment number 6.
Hold on. Okay, that's the one that we're talking about, that we limit ourselves whether we have 2, that after the second appointee I was probably reading the old amendment, that the second, bear with me for a minute, Madam Chair, that the second appointee is automatically confirmed, and that was where Mr. Constant had concerns about.
Ms. Allard, is that a question?
I'm trying to put in an additional guardrail in the amendment we're speaking of, and I don't have it in front of me, that would state that the additional guardrail would be that even though we appoint the second may not be appointed if there is an ethics issue or concern.
Madam Chair, can we take a brief moment for that? I'm following her, but we need language.
Actually, Ms. Allard, can you state your amendment one more time? We have 2 minutes.
Yes, the concern would to add that if, unless there's an ethics complaint, that the second appointee by the mayor then could be turned down by the Assembly or voted on or confirmed. I'm trying to look for the right wording, but we only have 2 minutes. Madam Chair, may I move to extend then? You know what? I just withdraw my amendment. I don't think it's going to pass anyways. So I withdraw. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
I was just going to say, not only does this amendment violate the charter, as Mr. Gates said, it also incentivizes a mayor to appoint, to recommend for appointment 2 horrible candidates that he or she knows the Assembly will not approve, so that he or she, usually will have a 3rd automatically appointed. So it's practically a bad idea and violates the charter.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Kennedy Allard Amendment Number 6.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
The amendment fails 2-9. We are now back on the main motion, and the time has expired for debate. So it is my understanding, Madam Clerk, we will proceed to a vote on the motion to approve AO 2021-92S as amended.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
The item passes 9-2. Before we proceed with our next item, we'll take a 10-minute break.
Mr. Weddleton, are you on the phone?
Mr. Weddleton is excused. He may join us later if he can. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started here. We now have before us item 14J, ordinance number AO 2021-113, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code to codify management authority over assembly premises and regarding use of municipal resources by the Assembly to ensure that the Assembly may safely, efficiently, and effectively conduct business. There is an S version.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Ms. Allard.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I thought you were done speaking.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. We need to open the public hearing first before any motions can be made. There is an S version, and copies will be available in the back. Mr. Turner, is that right? Okay. Very soon for members of the public. Public hearing on this item is now open. And actually, I'm going to go first to the phone list because we just have one person. Mr. Turner, could we call Hollis Mickey, please?
This is Hollis.
Hi, Ms. Mickey.
Hello?
Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on AO 2021-113 concerning...
Oh, I think that was incorrect. I testified last week at a different hearing, so I think this is incorrect.
Okay.
You can remove me from the list. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go back to in-person testimony, or start in-person testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
My name is Dave Weir. I live in District 6, but I'm represented by Ms. Allard and Ms. Kennedy. I oppose AO 2021-113. This AO was first introduced as AO 2021-90, but then somehow this AO was just completely dropped out of sight. And then this AO 113 was introduced in the dark of the night. My guess is done in hopes nobody noticed. The way I understand this AO is the chair could dictate that only 10 or 15 or 5 people can attend in person without any just cause, just because the chair deems it so. This is what I call a dictator does. This AO is all about taking power and control from the mayor's office. There has to be checks and balances in order to have a balance of power. Otherwise, we have a dictatorship, not a republic. This AO is so the Assembly can control who has access to these meetings. These meetings are supposed to be open to the public, not only to the ones the Assembly dictates. My question is, if this was so important, why was it not introduced when Mr. Berkowitz was in office? Or when Ms. Quintavison was in office? My guess is that if Mr. Dunbar was put in office, this AO would never even be introduced. So then I question, why is it now? This Assembly needs to be a leader and work together rather than to keep picking fights. They say how to eat an elephant is one bite at a time. This is just another bite by the Assembly to take a power away from the mayor's office. So I ask, who is the winner and the loser in this AO? It's the people of Anchorage. That's who's the loser. Every single day this Assembly fights with the mayor's office, it just gets worse and worse and splits this city apart. Please stop all this petty bickering and please lead this city.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Irene Queednow, I live in District 3. I oppose AO 2021-113, and I agree with the previous speaker. It seems like an attempt to not have the public testify by changing the number on the same AO. I have said it before, this is your temper tantrum number 3. You don't like the fact that you do not have unrestricted power anymore, and so you try to wrestle it back in any way that you can figure out. It shows, this AO, it shows very clearly that you do not care that the shift in power was accomplished by a legal vote. You do not care that this vote for Mayor Bronson represents the majority of the voters. You care about that your way or the highway. Ms. Quinn Davidson, you said twice when the testimony on the mask mandate was going on that you were embarrassed by the proceedings and the conduct of the people. Well, I'm embarrassed too. I am embarrassed that I have a leadership that so blatantly ignores the will of the people who voted for Mayor Bronson, and you keep fighting the administration that was voted in. If you had any respect for the legislative process and the election process, you would have never introduced AO 2021-90 or now 113, AO 2021-91, and AO 2021-92. All three of these AOs are a slap in the face of the voters, including me, telling me again, us again, that our voices do not matter, and you will continue to force your agenda on us. So yes, I'm very embarrassed to have you as leaders. The other thing you're trying to do, which the previous person also said, is to restrict access to these meetings, which you tried last year, and this is your second attempt to do that, and I obviously do not agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, ma'am. Ms. Allard has a question for you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Ms. Creedno, have you been impacted by when we've closed the chambers due to the Open Meetings Act? And I say that because this document that is in front of you has where they can limit the chambers again and set us up for another lawsuit.
Yes, I was not personally affected last year because I didn't start coming to the assembly meetings until the end of October or no, beginning of November. But yes, there was a lawsuit, and if you pass this ordinance, there's a very big potential, in my opinion, for another one.
Thank you.
Does that answer the question?
Madam Chair, can I do a quick follow-up?
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. Ms. Creedno, do you believe that this is, just for more clarification, you were speaking on the mayor and his administration, do you believe this is a violation of like separations of powers? How are you feeling about that? Just for clarification, because I can't hear as well as I need to on the phone, and I apologize.
That's all right. Yes, I feel that the assembly is doing an overreach of their authority and trying to interfere with the mayor's powers. Does that clarify?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Hello, my name is Andrew Gray, and I live in Campbell Park. I support AO 113. During testimony regarding the COVID mitigation ordinance a few weeks ago, the whole nation had its eyes on these chambers. Unfortunately, it was for the wrong reasons. Our COVID numbers were and are the highest in the country, and our hospitals were and are rationing care. Our assembly was fighting hard to correct the course of the municipality and save lives. It wasn't just a deadly virus that they were sparring with, though. It was also the executive branch. Instead of putting partisanship aside to join them in battle against COVID, our newly elected mayor doubled down on his campaign rhetoric, refusing to adequately acknowledge the crisis we found ourselves in. Mayor Bronson and City Manager Domboski went on to rally their supporters to oppose any measure to slow this pandemic. Their inflammatory tactics culminated on October 7th, when security and police were told to stand down and Adam Trombley removed the spit guard from this very table. That night will live long in our memories. Because of this behavior,
please refrain
from
shouting.
The administration, it is quite clear that something needs to be done to prevent a spectacle like that from ever happening again. Former Assembly Chair Dick Cheney said recently that the Assembly chambers should be like a courtroom, and stated forcefully that the chambers belong to the Assembly and control belongs to the chair. Former Assembly member Heather Flynn has said that Assembly meetings are supposed to be boring. They are both right. We need a return to decorum, respect, and common decency. We can disagree, but we need not raise our voices or our fists. AO 113 clarifies a long history, custom, and practice of this municipality. The Assembly Chair has the power to make decisions for meeting logistics, setting, and operations. I strongly support restating the control of the Assembly chambers belongs to the Assembly Chair. Let us return to law and order. Let us return to ethics and civility. Make these chambers like a courtroom again. Make Assembly meetings boring again. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
My name is Yarrow Silvers. I'm going to start out by playing a short clip.
So if I were to order, I don't know how I do that, in an assembly meeting or whatever, to order people to not protest or scream or holler, they'll turn on me just like they turn on the assembly. And I just think this tea kettle that's boiling here at a pretty fevered pace, we need to start relieving some of that pressure. And my thing is, and I've told the Assembly Chair a couple times, I says, just let folks scream, let them holler and vent. So if I were to order, I don't know how I do that.
The mayor, again, does not know what to do and has abdicated all claims to being responsible for decorum in these chambers. Assembly meetings are government meetings where city business is completed, not kindergarten classrooms, your therapist's couch, or opportunities to shape narratives that you would like to hear. I recently attended redistricting meetings, and despite the egregious gerrymandering that leaves East Anchorage residents without a voice in the Senate, I didn't shout and scream and curse at the board members, nor approach them violently as a member of the public approached the Assembly last week. Nor would I ever think it was appropriate to do that in a public forum such as this. In the past weeks, the mayor and an Eagle River member have created an uncivil and unsafe atmosphere, which makes it difficult not only to get important city business completed, but also for all constituents to be able to participate and have their voices heard by their representatives. Additionally, the wasted time, grandstanding, and lack of preparation by the Eagle River member, as well as the extra security required due to the uncivil atmosphere encouraged by the mayor, waste taxpayer dollar. I support AO 90. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Hello, my name is Francesca Allegrezza. I oppose this ordinance 2021-113 S. So the administration has management over the space according to charter and municipal code, and specifically by the...
Sir, please refrain from yelling. This is your final warning.
They're playing something. Did it twice.
Okay, thank you.
That was about 20 seconds I could have back, right? Thank you.
Go ahead.
And that gives the municipal manager authority over the space. And you're trying to change that over tradition. And tradition isn't law. So just because you've been doing something and it's been fine and it hasn't really affected the public because you're not closing them out or going to prevent who can come in here, like me, because I can't wear a mask. So you would be saying that I can't come in here, and that's what you want to do. And there's a lot of more people like me who would like to be here and testify, but can't, because you would be saying that I can't come in here and testify. Now, coming here and being able to see all your faces and your reactions is not the same as calling in or writing an email. I could write an email, you guys don't write back. There's, I don't know. Sure. My time's been weird tonight? Okay. So I feel like you are really targeting a huge part of the city just because we don't all agree on the same way to deal with COVID or our own health decisions. And it's personal. And you're going to go back and forth with the mayor and the administration because you guys don't agree on how I should take care of my health and how I should be able to address the government. And that's pretty disappointing that you're going to close out a lot of voices over your fare. And life is a risk every day. I'll come here and I'll speak, and I know that COVID or any type of illness or TB or whatever can be here, and I'm still going to live, and I'm going to come out knowing that it's risky. Driving in Alaska in the winter is risky. I will still come here. But you're going to say your fare over something supersedes the law of being able to allow me to come in here and testify. And it's pretty disappointing that you want to close out some people because they don't share the same health views on how to take care of my health. And this is what it's really come down to. You want power over something that you don't have, and that is the people. You don't have that power. And that's a problem. That's it.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
Rachel Colvard Taku. We've already heard from legal and from Ms. Domboski that the things that you're looking to change in 113, previously 90, are powers of the mayor, meetings, assembly premises, management authority to frustrate or unreasonably deny, which is what you're doing. Everything in here is actionable, like everything you're trying to do with this. And I hope they sue the pants off you, because I'm pretty sure this kangaroo court with their supermajority is going to do what you guys do best, which is whatever you want. I don't support this, and if you really wanted to work together, you would, but you don't. You want to do what you want to do.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
I'm Christine Schuster, Lakewood, District 3. Okay. I do not support this amendment, this ordinance, and again, I go back to what I was saying when I was up here before. Left wing, right wing, part of the same bird. That bird is the municipality of Anchorage. Again, we are your constituents, whether you like us or not, whether we like you or not. I personally don't know any of you. I can tell you when I started coming here, people told me lots of things, but I'm the kind of person that I want to see for myself. I want to prove it to me, prove it. Some of you, your behavior has just been atrocious. It really has. And this just goes into the same stream of you're going to try and take away the powers of the mayor. Now, you might not see it like that, but that's what you're doing. Would you want him to take away your powers? I know you're thinking what he did in the assembly that time with the spit guard and the security. But you guys have been pushing him. You have pushed him since he got elected. My dad always taught me, when somebody pushes you or hits you, you give it back 10 times as hard. He has been very restrained. He is a good man, and you guys are ripping him apart. He's a veteran. He stood up to try and take on this city, this municipality. And I just think there is so much disrespect, not only for our mayor, but for the constituents. When I was here in January and I spoke to you guys, Mr. Dunbar, Thank you. You can't hear me unless you listen to me. But when I was here, that was a long time ago. Now I lost my train of thought. I can't remember. In January, yeah. This happens often. Anyway, you don't know me, I don't know you. I was born and raised here. I'm a 28-year Iraq vet. I worked for the federal government as a resource manager for 30 years. I know a little bit about money, a little bit about analyzing things, and I would just really like to see you all really make an effort to open up your mind. I saw Mr. Weddleton at the COVID symposium. I was so glad to see him there because that told me he at least had an open mind. I ask you to keep your minds open.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second. Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I believe there are a number of amendments that are going to be proposed, so I'd like to work our way through those quickly. Okay, so I have one from Weddleton that I guess hasn't been circulated, but he had asked me to move forward, and on his behalf, I'm willing to do that.
Just one moment, Mr. Constant.
Thank you.
We don't seem to have copies yet of that amendment.
I don't know if Mr. Gates has the amendments from Mr. Weddleton.
So we're just waiting to get the amendments distributed. I believe there are 2 right now, and
Yeah, so if Ms. Kennedy has a motion, it might be worth just hearing that and dealing with it.
Ms.
Madam
Kennedy?
Chair, thank you. I move to postpone to November 23rd.
The motion to postpone to the meeting of November 23rd is on the floor and seconded. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you. There were a couple of amendments that were out but not quite formulated and drafted before, like just now, seconds ago. And and I don't know what Mr. Weddleton might kind of have left as well. But anyway, I just wanted the time to make sure that the amendments that I've submitted, I mean, it's been a couple weeks, but it was just schedule problems, I think, with Assembly Council. But anyway, I would just like the time to actually do this right and do it well. My effort is to try to bring some kind of balance in this. I believe that the idea of the Assembly taking full management authority over these particular premises is illegal, and we need to have some kind of balance in there, and I'm hoping that my amendment will get to that point. So I would just appreciate the time to work on this until our next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Is there any discussion on the motion to postpone this item to the meeting of November 23rd?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. Allard?
Sorry, I didn't get in queue fast enough. Is it okay if I speak?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. I would like for the members to support this amendment to postpone until the 23rd of November. We've talked in previous assembly meetings where we had kind of come to we came to the agreement last minute late on the table. Items was not something we were going to continue to practice, and we are, and bringing this S version here, it's lengthy. There's amendments that haven't been brought forward based on delay with the Muni Assembly or the Assembly Attorney for whatever reason. And I think we need to be cognizant when we bring these things forward and we want to pass them the last 45 minutes of the evening and thinking that the public is out here to testify on them. It's not. And I think it's unfair that we have to read something so quickly, make a determination on it, put our amendments, lay them on the floor with the S version, and it's not a fair practice. So I would encourage folks just delay it to the 23rd November so we can get all our things out there and we can discuss properly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. I will put myself in the queue and hand the gavel to Ms. Zalatel as the Vice Chair has stepped out.
Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you. I don't support the motion to postpone this item to the meeting of November 23rd at this time. We haven't started debate or haven't looked at the amendments yet. Some have been, I know, integrated perhaps into this S version. And I think that it's only 10:10 and we have some time to continue to discuss tonight. And if we need more time, then we can make a motion later to postpone or whatever we need. But this ordinance is very important, and we have seen the situation continue to build and escalate, and I believe it's very important that we take this up tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone this item to the meeting of November 23rd.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson? Mr. Peterson?
No.
Just checking, Mr. Weddleton, are you on the phone?
The motion to postpone this item to November 23rd fails 2-8. Mr. Constant, do we have the amendment?
So the version that Mr. Weddleton handed me was from a previous version, so Mr. Gates is furiously and quickly making it comport. And I can speak to the gist of it if the members want, or we can just wait until the item is before us, which might take just a couple more minutes.
What? Oh. Okay, so we'll go ahead and start speaking to the main motion while we're waiting on the amendments. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've never been one shy to kick things off. So, this item I think is important because the work of the branches of government, it's not about personalities or who occupies this seat or that seat or any seat here on either the assembly side or the administration side. And I think this gets past that perception. It clarifies the authority of one branch of government and is not an attack on the other branch of government. It simply provides clarity that perhaps was not needed until more recently, but clarity is always a good thing, and it will provide, I think it's important to be sure who is doing what and when, and this is one of those tools that provides the map for it. So I support this ordinance. I look forward to Mr. Weddleton's amendment to see what additional change it may give, but overall, providing this clarity now and having it a decade from now, I think is important. I think that's the view I take. It's the long-term view. When we pass an ordinance, for the most part, we are putting something in code that is going to persist. And so I encourage my fellow members to think about it in those terms. Does it make sense for this to be in code and persist as a part of our operations of government? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, and I will just read the text of the amendment so people can start to chew on what he's proposing. It just doesn't have the right lines and places. So, Mr. Weddleton's amendment proposes, respecting a long-standing tradition and the rights of the executive branch of the government, that it's proper to reserve for the mayor and his team 6 stations at the assembly chambers at Lusac or other locations where assembly meeting is held. So it states as a whereas that it's been long-standing practice and custom to reserve in the assembly chambers or any location where a regular assembly meeting is held at least 6 stations for the executive branch's use at a level equal to the assembly chambers. And then the second part reads, in the assembly chambers or any location where a regular assembly meeting, a special assembly meeting, or any meeting where the executive branch is required to participate is held, at least 6 stations for the executive branch's use at a level equal to the assembly members. The mayor or their designee shall have management authority over these stations. I don't have it to move yet because I don't have the lines and details.
Does it say the section on the version you have?
It does, but I don't know that they're the same. It says, one of them is an additional whereas statement, so it could go anywhere. And then the second part, it says section 1, page 2, line 23, but again, and then it starts with number 3. Mr. Gates is quickly getting close though. I know.
And for folks on the phone, we're just standing by for copies of the amendments.
Madam Chair, that amendment from Weddleton will be emailed to us. Is that what I heard you say?
Yes, Ms. Allard.
Thank you.
And to the members, we can proceed and debate, or we can continue to stand by for the amendments. No one's in the queue right now, so my assumption is folks would prefer just to wait for the amendments. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Well, at least for one brief moment, we can say our mission has been achieved. We have made an assembly meeting boring again.
Okay, the amendment has been emailed, and we have hard copies here in the chambers. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. On behalf of Mr. Weddleton, I would move his amendment. I guess it's essentially, I would move it all together, 1 and 2. I've already read it into the record. The intent is to, but it didn't get corrected. It should, in fact, say 5 stations.
Is there a second?
Somebody?
Second for purposes of discussion.
Thank you. The first, under Amendment 1, it should actually say 5, and the reason it's 5 is in this chamber, if it were 6, then Mr. Gates would have to move. And so, but essentially, on behalf of Mr. Weddleton, the intent is to ensure that when the Assembly is meeting, the administration has a seat at the table.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Allard, on the amendment.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to amend the amendment to take out the word required. In both of the blocks, it says in the assembly chambers or any location where a regular assembly meeting, a special assembly meeting, or any meeting where the executive branch is required. I'd like that line taken out, and I could speak to it. I would maybe change it instead of branches required to may participate.
Is that in section?
Second.
Oh, okay, moved and seconded. We're just trying to get clarification on the amendment.
Thank you.
And that's in the 2 sections because there's...
I made a mistake.
Correct, and it's 1, 2.
Actually, let's...
The third sentence.
Or this way.
Where it says executive branch is required to participate, I would move it to executive branch may participate.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. So the amendment is to change is required may participate or to take out.
And I could speak on a little bit of it, if you don't mind, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, what was the last part, Ms. Allard?
If you don't mind if I could speak on this a little bit.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. And as he states above, it's stated whereas it's been a long-standing practice and custom. That is true. But we're in a different time, and I believe we're going to be opening ourselves up. And if we can soften the language a little bit, because we are actually adding to the charter when we say these things, and we are not allowed to add in such a way that you are actually countering, and now we're taking away the administration's powers, and we're crossing that line of separation. So I think if we could soften the word by replacing required to may participate, then we might be able to work this out in a better manner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Yeah, so...
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I was not paying close enough attention. I would suggest we use the first of the 2 section 4s there, so just ignore the second, section 4 on the printed amendment. That doesn't change the amendment proposal that's before us.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
The second agrees.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment. On the amendment to the amendment.
Ms. Allard, on the amendment to the amendment.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Perez-Verdita?
The amendment to the amendment fails, 3-7.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Constant?
in the spirit of what Ms. Allard was suggesting, I have a phrase that I would actually like to amend in there. Instead of is required to, I move to amend it to read, where the mayor has a right under the charter.
Is there a second?
Second.
Can he please repeat that, Madam Chair?
Yeah, the language I believe it should be is where the mayor has a right to participate, where the mayor has a right under the charter to participate. So, because the power is granted.
Madam Chair, okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
No, I guess it needs to be seconded before we could discuss, but can I, yeah, right?
Yep, was it seconded? It was.
The amendment to the
He
amendment
used
has...
the word "a right," so I have a question about that.
Sure, and the amendment to the amendment has been seconded.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I go ahead and speak on it then?
Go ahead.
To say that the mayor has a right is, I just don't think that's the right choice of word. When you say that, he's an elected official. He has the right to participate in any of our work sessions, our committee meetings, anywhere, perhaps maybe except for executive session, just like the public does. So I don't believe we should use the word right. Maybe maybe you could use a different word, Chris. I don't know.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was at first concerned that using where the mayor has the right under the charter, but the charter does vest the right in the mayor, and then I just want to make sure that the legislative record is clear. It would be the executive branch would be encompassed in, I believe, the use of the word the mayor. If my understanding is incorrect or other members have a different understanding, now would be the time to probably raise it.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. The charter on section 5.02 part B states the mayor may participate in all assembly meetings to the same extent as an assembly member but may not vote. So effectively, by adding this phrase, it just asserts that the charter language is what we're talking about there. So in any of the meetings where the mayor has a right to participate as an assembly member, they have seats. This is a pretty simple amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, but before we vote, can you just read it to us one more time out loud, or maybe the Vice Chair can?
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Constant.
So it would be amended to read, in the assembly chambers or any location where a regular assembly, special assembly meeting, or any meeting where the executive branch, you're right, there's a slight Scrivener's error there, where the executive branch, it should read, instead of executive branch, where the mayor has a right under the charter to participate is held, at least 5 stations for the executive branch's use at a level equal to the assembly members. The mayor, their designee, shall have management authority over these stations.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's not grammatically correct, John. In the assembly chambers or any location where regular meeting, special meeting, or any meeting where the mayor has a right under the charter to participate is held, at least 5 stations for the executive branch's use, a level equal to the assembly members. And I think, though, there's an article missing there, at least 5 stations. We're making sausage in the assembly chambers or any location.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
The amendment to the amendment passes 7-3. We now have the amendment before us as amended. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree with Mr. Constant. I think there's a missing phrase in here, and I think that phrase is "shall be provided," which should go at the end of the first sentence, which is now, that's quite a lengthy sentence, but I think it all makes sense if you add the "shall be provided" at the end of that. So if that makes sense, I will go ahead and make that amendment to the amendment.
Second.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
I'm in for the amendment itself. Wait.
Oh, my apologies. You were in the queue for the amendment. Okay. Can you put yourself back in?
I've got it. Yeah.
And just to confirm, Mr. Rivera, the "shall be provided" is inserted at the end of the third line. Is that correct?
At the end of the first sentence, which is at the end of the fourth line. So it would read, "For the executive branch's use at a level equal to the assembly member shall be provided," period.
Thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to add the phrase "shall be provided" at the end of the first sentence.
Ms. Allard?
I couldn't, you guys were coming in and out. I didn't hear the entire amendment. I mean, what we're actually amending. I apologize.
I can repeat it, Madam Chair, if you'd like.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So
Thank you.
The amendment will read, the first sentence, the end of that sentence will read, "At least 5 stations for the executive branch's use at a level equal to the assembly members," and my amendment is to add the words "shall be provided" at the end of that sentence.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you.
Ms. Allard, how do you vote on the amendment?
I think everything we're doing is illegal, so I'm going to vote no.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
The amendment to the amendment passes 9-1. We now have the amendment back before us as amended. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm having a hard time understanding.
And
Is my mic messing up?
Your mic is messy.
Thanks, Cameron. I think I'm having a hard time understanding the purpose of this and what management authority means. So I don't have any issue with there being places for folks to sit, of course, but what does it mean to have management authority over a station? Does it mean that you have different IT? Does it mean someone else logs you in? Does it mean, I just don't understand. You have your own security on those 5 seats? Like, the meaning to me, and I guess John's not here to answer the question, but I don't have an issue with anyone being there and obviously them playing a role, but if this is our building and we have control over the building, I think it's odd to exempt 5 seats. Anyway, from a practical perspective.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Gates, would you be able to address Ms. Quinn-Davidson's question concerning management authority pertaining to this amendment?
I'm not really sure if I can. Could you repeat it again really for me?
Sure, and I'll try to be more brief this time. So I don't understand the purpose of this amendment, and I know you didn't draft it, Mr. Gates, but, or it wasn't your idea, I assume, but what does it mean to have management authority over a station? Does that mean you have someone else working on the computers, signing you in? Do you have your own security for those 5 stations? It just seems strange to me from for a practical perspective to have management authority over a seat.
Yeah, and I understand your confusion. And you know, with all law, and especially some like this one where there's some ambiguity, you have to apply a standard of reasonableness and reasonableness under the circumstances. And we all know we're talking about this room and these stations. So, and we talk about management authority over it. You're correct, I didn't really draft this whole thing. I had a little part in it, and Mr. Weddleton talked about using the word seats, and it was suggested maybe instead of just seats, stations, so it would include this OnBase monitor and so forth, everything that comes with sitting in a seat that, you know, that the mayor is in right now, for example. So, and I guess the idea is kind of clear, though we're going to manage, you know, a mask mandate or capacity requirements or sitting 6 feet from each other, except for the mayor's area. So I hope that helps clarify. And the stations, clearly, if we're going to have each assembly member here, and if we have a special meeting in City Hall or elsewhere, you will have whatever you have and whatever is provided there in that space for that meeting. And this just says the mayor should have the same thing at whatever space is for at least 5 people. So I think all in context, that's how you would interpret it.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, did you have any follow-up? Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I can only pretend to speak for Mr. Weddleton, but you know, I think the purpose of his amendment is, you know, particularly in the instances where we've tried to physically distance on the dais, where you know, in previous administrations, under your administration and then under the Berkowitz administration, you know, that administration was amenable to us being able to use some of the seats on those spaces right there, and we were able to physically distance. I think, Mr. Weddleton, the purpose of this amendment is basically to give that authority, basically the yes or no, over to the mayor. And if the mayor says, no, we're not going to give up these spots, then we can't physically distance. That means some of us are going to have to call over the phone or some other method. But I think that was the intent there. So, you know, for me, the amendment's a little bit of a double-edged sword in that way.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
That's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Weddleton amendments. Weddleton amendment.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 8-2.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Vice Chair?
regretfully, I move to extend the meeting to 11:15.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition to extending to 11:15? Seeing no opposition, we are extended to 11:15. Ms. Kennedy, you have an amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to push the Q button. Yes, I'd like to move Kennedy Amendment. It's not numbered, but it's number 1. But anyway, Kennedy Amendment. Thank you.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you. I'm trying to do what I can to potentially make this ordinance actually legal. I have grave concerns about the fact that the current ordinance actually takes away a power that is already vested in the municipality, in the executive branch. So therefore, I'm introducing this amendment to change the word management authority to guaranteed access. What I'm trying to do here is to kind of have something that crafts a little bit more of what I would call joint custody. I think what we're trying to do is totally take away what this ordinance would otherwise do is take away a power that is already vested in the executive branch, and I think I know she doesn't mean this in that way, but Ms. Quinn Davidson's comments about what does this management authority mean and how does it play out practically. So how do you divorce the executive branch from management authority that's given to them in charter and code? I mean, it's a violation and it's illegal. So if we switch this to an idea of having guaranteed access, it basically prioritizes the assembly for use of these facilities. And therefore, there would have to be a collaborative effort in terms of whether that be scheduling or any kind of arrangements that need to be made for these particular chambers. You know, one of the things that is interesting is that the assembly does not schedule these for other groups, and there are other groups that use these particular facilities, and for this assembly to take that on completely as now being the authority that manages all of these facilities is outside of the purview or the actual necessity of the assembly, and needs to be in the hands of the executive branch. So like I said, I'm trying to at least craft some language that makes this more of a joint effort and less one-sided. We need to be building bridges here anyway, and bridging gaps, building bridges and bridging gaps. And I hope that this would do that, which would still allow the assembly to make the necessary arrangements that it does, because we would typically then have priority access to anything that is typically an assembly function and necessary for assembly functions, but it would not encroach upon the executive branch's own authority to do what code and charter already tells them they can do. So anyway, there are a couple of details in here that I probably should point out. If we do change this to guaranteed access, it changes a little bit of the definitions in there. It would basically eliminate the need for some of the other language, so you'll see where there are places where we would just delete certain parts of this. I'm sorry, I'm flipping on two pieces of paper here, so I'm trying to follow. So anyway, I would hope that the Assembly would entertain this and try to make this a little more workable without putting us in a position of having a legal challenge. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Dunbar and then Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, for almost 40 years, it's been uncontroversial that the assembly chambers are managed by the assembly. That's a long-standing legal norm. I do not believe it in any way violates the charter, and it's only the last 2 months that we've seen that norm threatened, and because of that reason, we need to codify it. I think that this amendment, well-meaning though it may be, obviates the purposes of the ordinance, and we should vote against it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. I just want to remind the body that we were legally sued and they settled, but that might arise again in the direction that we violated the Open Meetings Act legally by closing off the chambers when it wasn't Mayor Bronson's administration. I also want to hit on the fact that no matter how hard we try, no matter what we try to put into code, we will never be over the APD. We're never going to be over the security within the chambers, and we're just never going to be over the AFD that runs the chambers. So I think long and hard by voting this particular amendment down, and I urge you to support it, please.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Kennedy Amendment 1.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
The amendment fails 2-8. We are now back on the main motion. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. In the public hearing tonight, we heard some very interesting things. By doing this, you are a dictator. You're taking power and control. You're trying to shift the balance of power. Why did you not pass this when Berkowitz or Austin Quinn Davidson or Dunbar was mayor? And I will say, because no mayor of the municipality of Anchorage since unification in 1975 has ever asserted that it is the mayor's authority to dictate the time, place, and manner of an assembly meeting and its facilities that it operates in. Not Mayor Austin Quinn Davidson, not Mayor Ethan Berkowitz, not Mayor Dan Sullivan, not Mayor Matt Clayman, not Mayor Mark Begich, not Mayor George Wirch, not Mayor Rick Mystrom, not Mayor Tom Fink, which the first mayor to serve in this chamber, not Tony Knowles, and not George Sullivan. Again, the argument has been made that the assembly is trying to overreach. I witnessed in this chamber a series of actions that demonstrated that there was an overreach. The removal of this glass was the smallest of things. The removal of security when there was an angry crowd in this room was a very aggressive act against the separation of powers. But most egregious of all was the attempt to have the video feed cut for an assembly meeting that was actively underway. All of those words that I heard in the public hearing tonight, I have felt in my bones, but not as a threat of this assembly attempting to assert a power it's never had. The opposite. This ordinance was drafted as a response to an unprecedented move by an executive to suggest that assembly chambers, I'll repeat, assembly chambers are under the authority of the mayor. Thankfully, in the charter, it states that by ordinance, the assembly may set the rules. And by passing this ordinance, we exercise the authority granted us under the charter to assert that which is unfathomable that we ever had to assert, that the assembly chambers belongs to the assembly. And with that, I urge your support.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate Mr. Constant, I appreciate the member from downtown pointing out all of the times that this never happened to another mayor. And I would suggest and remind this body that the one thing I never heard of was leadership of an assembly telling the executive the executive branch that they could go sit somewhere else, that they could give up their spots at this table, that they were basically uninvited to be at the table in an effort to do whatever leadership felt was necessary to respond to COVID. So I would just suggest that to a certain extent, that animosity began at that point. And I have never heard of a mayor being told not to sit in his seat, not to have his staff with him, not to be present at a meeting. Yet that's exactly what happened. And so I would hope that we are done with that kind of jabbing at each other and that we don't have to do this in an effort to prove a point or to, do a power play of some sort. Again, this has got to stop. I've been doing all that I can to try to bridge this gap and to bring people back to a place where we can have civil conversation. I think it's been improving over the last couple of weeks, but this is an older ordinance. It's been around for a little while now, kind of percolating. And now that we bring it back again, all we do is cause more friction. People might say, well, yeah, I'm going to support this with a smile. They'll say it in a calm, quiet demeanor, but it's still wrong. And, some people are a little more animated when they express their opinion. Just because somebody says something quietly doesn't make it any less wrong, or certainly not any less spiteful. I would just suggest that we vote this down, maybe postpone it indefinitely, and try to figure out how we actually move forward. Because and some people say, oh yeah, this isn't about revenge, this isn't about getting back at. Okay, that's fine. But that's exactly what this looks like, and it is not productive. It doesn't move us forward in the direction we want to go. It doesn't do anything to bring goodwill and build better relationships. It just doesn't. And that's what I'm just really frustrated with is, I've been trying to do what I could to find some kind of common ground, bring this all back to a place where we could do something jointly, and there's nothing but pushback from this group. There is no desire whatsoever to reach out and make something work better. So I'm really frustrated with this. And I absolutely believe that the Assembly needs to make sure that it can manage, if you will, its meetings and that. But this is only adding just more stress to this environment. So I hope that everybody will just take a break, take a breath, and say, okay, let's figure out how we really do move forward together and just stop beating each other up. I'm getting pretty tired of it. Madam Chair, I move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
The motion to postpone indefinitely has been moved and seconded. And Ms. Kennedy, as you've already spoken to it.
I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go through the queue and see if, first of all, Mayor Bronson, do you want to speak to the motion to postpone indefinitely? Yes, postpone indefinitely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got into the queue before that motion was made, but Municipal Manager Amy Demboski will speak on behalf of the administration. Thank you.
Ms. Demboski, on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The administration does support the motion to postpone indefinitely. And in doing so, I want to give some context to why the administration supports that. To start, Madam Chair, you opened this debate, your opening remarks, you made a comment that this has been ratcheting up for a while, which unfortunately I believe is simply false and misrepresents the facts. First, as Mayor Bronson indicated yesterday, we have given an offer multiple times to cross-train staff of the Assembly, of the Clerk's office, to learn how to use the technology to broadcast so there's redundancy in broadcasting equipment, recording equipment, and servicing the Assembly meetings, which to my knowledge has not been responded to yet by Assembly leadership. Second, I personally spoke with the chair of the Assembly prior to an Assembly meeting a couple weeks ago, and I agreed to modify capacity limits to ensure Assembly members felt comfortable, felt safe. Yet, on the record, 15 minutes later after that conversation, the chair expressed that the administration was unwilling to work with the Assembly. Even today, through the Department of Law, the administration offered a compromise to ensure the Assembly felt confident that they had the additional mechanisms to ensure debate, decorum, and the meeting process was protected and the resources available for your use. Yet that offer was not entertained. And tonight, we heard the perspective that the issues were ratcheting up, clearly the opposite of reality. Now, I'd like to turn to the actual law, Madam Chair. State law is clear. The executive has control over real and personal property of the municipality. Whether we like it or not, the buildings, facilities, and real and personal property are under the control of the mayor. Furthermore, this ordinance attempts to exercise control over the executive branch's personnel, which is clearly the power articulated to the executive branch, not only in state law, but in charter. Mayor Bronson has never tried to dictate the time, place, or manner of Assembly meetings. The administration has never cut the video feed. In fact, as I stated, I personally have offered in writing more than once to cross-train your staff. This administration has told the Assembly what resources are available, when they are available, and what overtime would be incurred. The Assembly can control decorum and debate, but you cannot, by law, take the physical custody of real or personal property or control the staff of the executive branch. This ordinance is a clear violation of the separation of powers and is an attempt by the legislative branch to take power from the executive branch. Madam Chair, my offer, the mayor's offer, still stands to work with this Assembly and to find a middle ground where you can feel confident that you'll have access to the resources you need to run your meetings. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. My computer appears to have crashed, so I'm going to look over on your screen, Mr. Constant, to see who's in the queue. Mr. Rivera, and on the motion to postpone indefinitely?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'll speak on this, but I'd like to remain in the queue, please, so I can speak on the main motion, because I was in the queue before this new motion was made. So I will be voting no on the motion to postpone indefinitely. I think we have seen over the last several meetings, and particularly during the debate around the mask mandate, that the executive has frankly made these chambers unsafe in their actions. So we need to pass this today. We can't delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Perez-Verdilla, on the motion to postpone indefinitely?
I withdraw. Let's vote.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Ms. LaFrance, I'm going to have you vote orally since your computer isn't working.
I vote no.
There's the motion up there.
The motion to postpone indefinitely fails 2-8. We are back on the main motion.
May I, Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to clarify on the record, and I guess just to repeat what I stated earlier. So, I'll pull a little bit of Mr. Constant here. So there are 3 mayors that have been asked for the purposes of physical distancing if we could use some of the slots traditionally used by the administration. Mayor Dave Bronson, Mayor Austin Quinn-Davidson, and Mayor Ethan Berkowitz. Both Mayor Austin Quinn-Davidson and Mayor Austin Quinn-Davidson and Mayor Ethan Berkowitz.
Ma'am, please refrain from shouting.
Both of them were amenable to us using the space because we are in the middle of a pandemic, and when we needed to physically distance, that was critically important that we do that. So I just wanted to clarify and correct that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Perez-Verdia, did you want in for the main motion?
I call the question. I rescind my motion to call the question.
Ms. LaFrance, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to respond to a few points that were raised tonight. First off, I'm not aware of any offer from the administration. There was conversation, and I've participated in conversation with members of the Department of Law concerning a compromise, which I was very open to and sought a pragmatic path forward. However, I was told today that there was simply no offer, and so that did not move forward. I also want to note my comment about the situation escalating. Those of us who were here during that meeting where security was removed from the chambers know what a tense meeting that was, and I have to say it was extremely frightening to have learned that there were no security in the chambers. There was no way to manage the situation and address any escalation. So that's a singular event that I believe shows how much we need this kind of structure. And I just also want to mention that, you know, as Mr. Rivera spoke to the issue of spacing on the dais, when it was brought up, Assembly leadership brought it up because we knew the administration's position on masks, and we thought, well, if we can space out on the dais, as had been done before, that might alleviate some concerns. And I have to say, it did not occur to me that it would be met in the way it was. I thought it was a request and we would have a conversation. So that was a little bit surprising, given, as Mr. Rivera noted, the arrangement that we'd had before in coming up with ways to address the pandemic. And then I also want to note that as far as collaboration goes, there have been efforts, some successful, some not. We reached out to the administration to work on the budget, and they declined our offer. I reached out personally to the mayor to ask if we could come up with something we could do together to show unity in the face of the COVID pandemic, something small. I didn't get a response on that. The muni manager and I talked a bit about it, thinking maybe, I left thinking we would be able to come up with something. I didn't hear anything else about it. We're hopefully going to be collaborating concerning the stormwater utility. There is a wonderful collaborative effort concerning homelessness. So there are positive things happening. And I just want to state too that this ordinance is productive. It's legal. It is drafted as a response. It does not take away the mayor's power, but affirms the rightful authority of the legislative branch to conduct its business. Formalizing the authority of each branch can help improve this working relationship, and I urge support of this ordinance. Thank you. Mr. Perez-Vidia?
I call a question. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
The motion to call the question has been seconded. Members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Okay. So are you ready for me to present it?
The motion to call the question passes 9-1. Members may now proceed to vote on AO 2021-113S as amended.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Item 14J passes 8-2.
And I think we extended to what, 11:15?
I would like to move to reconsider and urge a no vote.
Second.
The motion for immediate consideration has been made and seconded. With a no vote urged, a yes vote would bring this back before the body.
Ms. Allard on the motion to reconsider?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
The motion to reconsider fails 2-8.
Is that the last item, or we have one more? Okay.
Yeah. We have about 2 minutes left. I think time for one person for audience participation, if you want to come forward. And please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Yes, Irene Queednow, District 3. On the meeting where security was not here, there were 8 police officers in these chambers. The unelected mayor was hardly here during her position. She gave her mayoral report and then she left, so there was no problem on spacing out. You do not own the chambers. They're part of a municipal building, so no, you do not own it. And I'm tired of the phrase, oh, this is only to clarify. On July 27th, I testified when you introduced AO 2021-66, the creation of the position of Special Assistant to the Assembly. I would like to reiterate some of my comments. You created that position to circumvent the mayor and his executive staff. I said then, and I will say it again now, do not insult my intelligence by claiming this is only to clarify. I have watched you operate long enough to know that that is not the case. The licensing for the shelters, the clerk's powers in terms of elections, the deletion of exemption for shelters, the zoning that has passed, it is always only to do this and only to do that. And the result is always the same. You get more power and you take power away from the people that this applies to, or in this case, the executive branch. And to quote somebody who testified here before, I hope you get your pants sewed off. Good night.
Thank you for your participation. We are adjourned.